Staten Island law firm of Julie and Gentile, helping people just like you for over 39 years. Call today, 718-816-0005, 718-816-0005, aglawnyc.com. Julie and Gentile, walk with confidence.
77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio, heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC. This is 77 WABC Newsroom Extra. Now, here's business expert Joe Connolly.
Hiring rose more than expected. The most new jobs right now are being created in entertainment and recreation, and especially at restaurants. Then in healthcare, hiring rose faster in government jobs, including in schools, and jobs also increased in construction, and hiring rose faster than it had been in professional and business services, too. Layoffs have slowed, but hiring is still slower than many would like, so fewer people are changing jobs, and unemployment is still higher than it was before COVID. Business is either improving or at least stable, depending on industry. Many businesses say some companies and individuals both seem to be waiting on the outcome of the presidential election before making major financial decisions. I'm Joe Connolly, 77 WABC News.
You're listening to The Greg Kelly Show.
Well, that was great. Trump on stage there in Chicago for a long time with some guy.
Yeah, some derangement syndrome guy.
And Trump dominated, as you should, as you must, and it was great. It was fantastic, and something that Kamala Harris could never do, right, Barbara? Barbara in New Jersey, hello.
You used the right word, Greg. Dominated. He dominates. He doesn't allow the questions to be asked. He goes on and on and on. You try to ask him a question, you can't stop him because he's a narcissist.
Have you ever, let me ask you something. Do you think he became president by sitting around and following the fake news's agenda?
Exactly.
They ask the question, but they can say whatever they want, right? Are you worked up when Kamala Harris says, "Hey, Kamala Harris, what are you going to do about the economy?" Well, let me tell you, I was a middle-class kid. All right. Now, one thing he didn't do is talk about, just totally irrelevant things. We're talking about trade, talking about the economy. He wants to emphasize what he wants to emphasize. He's been president. All right. So, you are obviously not objective. Your own person here, Kamala Harris. Are you embarrassed by her yet, Barbara? Are you embarrassed by that woman who stands for absolutely nothing other than, quite frankly, flirting and sleeping her way to the top?
No, I'm not.
I put it in mildly. I would have said something else, but
You should be. And do me a favor. You should be. You absolutely should. Hey, suck up to the Trump. I love the guy. I think he's amazing. I like the policies. I like the style. What do you like about Kamala? What do you want? Make your objective case without the name calling. You call up right away and you call.
All right.
Trump
Alexa, stop. Yeah, I don't know why these callers come on. They're like the most stupidest people ever. Hello, Estrella Garcia. Hope you're doing well. No, not this computer. Only one computer. Well, two computers in the house have Windows 11. They're both upstairs. This is an old one. This is a Windows 10. And I cannot upgrade to Windows 11 on this one. It's too old. But yeah, so I only have the one on the second floor is a Windows 11. The one that I use, not the live stream one upstairs, the second floor. The one that has hooked up to the Zygo G90, that's a Windows 11 computer. And then my son's new computer, actually the two computers in the living room are also Windows 11. So I actually have three computers that has Windows 11. All the rest are Windows 10. So yeah. I like Windows 11. But this computer is too old. This one right here is too old for Windows 11. Plus, I can't upgrade it anyway. I don't want to upgrade this on Windows 11. Eventually, I will get a newer computer, and then part of me is actually thinking about having a dedicated Linux computer, which I do have, but they're servers. Servers. I do have dedicated servers that have Linux. I don't use them much, but you know, when I rearrange my place, I'm thinking about putting the rack mount back over here on this side and hook that one up to. But the thing is, the server's allowed. Yeah, that wouldn't be practical for a live stream. I'll be right back. I got a phone call. Yeah. You just dropped the package off. I can't. Why is it mid-call? You just dropped the package. I don't want to have to call. Just drop the package off. All right. Sorry. My wife called. Anyway, it was an Amazon delivery. That is the package out there. So. All right, let me clear that. I got my alarm for 2:45. My son is in school today, so no, I'm listening to this thing. I guess Trump is talking at a interview with Bloomberg, and you know, when they interview him, here's the difference between, because you know, you people that still want to vote for the cackling fool, because that's what she does is cackle. The difference between Trump and her, he goes on those Bloomberg economic conference and actually tries to answer questions. And they throw stuff at this guy like crazy. They throw, oh, what about January 6th? They bring up all this nonsense. The man can stand there and answer questions. No, I had a haircut. The haircut really, you know, it's the haircut. But she can answer a question. He's like, today is today, tomorrow is tomorrow. She starts going off into a different tangent. But, you know, the callers like that, when they call the show, they're so deranged. They don't care about the country. I'm going to tell you something. I care about my country. I care about my country. Okay, for those, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to use this forum to talk about that stuff. If people don't like it, they can leave. I don't care. Again, you know, this is the difference between him and this fool that's been there for 4 years with, you know, Biden. Okay, he could actually go to economic conference and answer questions, and they still throw stuff at this man. Oh, you don't think it's wrong about the border? No, they shouldn't be here. You cannot let everybody come in. Period. That's like if I open the front of my door in my house and you say, you know what, come on in. I don't know who you are, but come to my house. You know what kind of people are going to be in my house? A lot of criminals. They're going to come in here. They're going to take all my shit. Okay, that's the difference. Yeah, he is funny. But what I'm saying is this is the same thing with immigration. You have to vet. I went to Canada. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you how you know how strict Canada is? You can just walk into Canada. I went to Canada twice. First time I went to Canada, they just looked at my ID. This is years ago. This is like 2007. They looked at my ID because I didn't need a passport. If you're gonna walk through Canada, you don't need a passport. You can just walk through. Like I walked through this bridge, and they said, okay. They said, what are you here for? I'm gonna shop for a few hours and go back. Okay, enjoy. That's it. The second time was a year later. I went back to Canada. Again, let's see some paperwork. Okay, go sit over there and wait. No, this is way before. This is years ago. Go sit over there, and we'll call you when you know. So there was a bunch. My wife and I were sitting. We waited for about 10 minutes or so, maybe 15 minutes. The guy came up to us. He said, Danny, come with me. They took me to an interrogation room, and he asked me, have you ever been arrested before? I said, yeah, I have been arrested. I said, yeah, last time I was arrested, it was for, I had a fight with my neighbor. No, this is years ago. This is 2007. This is way back. 2008, excuse me. This is a long time ago. So they told me, and I said, and by the way, that case got dismissed. He dropped the charges. I had just got arrested for it. I got arrested for assault. Okay, I got arrested because I was fighting with my neighbor. I punched him in the eye, and they called the police. And I got arrested like the next day, because when I left the block that day. I said, nah, they're not gonna come in. So the next day, I went to the precinct, to make a statement, and they say, no, you're gonna go to, we're gonna arrest you for assault. They contacted him, and he said no, he doesn't want to press charges. He dropped the charges. So I was in jail for like 3 hours. It was about 3 hours I was in jail, about 3 hours. The same night, I went in there like around 7 o'clock at night. By 10 o'clock, I was already out. I didn't even get to, since they dropped the charge right there, I didn't even get to do an arraignment. So I didn't have to spend the night in jail and then go see the judge. So they dropped the charge, basically. That's what happened. So that came up in Canada, that I got arrested for that assault. So he said, based on this, we cannot let you come in. This is how strict they are in Canada, okay? They told me, based on this, you cannot come in. We're gonna send you right back to the gate, and we cannot let you in. We cannot let you in Canada. We have a law that if you've been arrested, depending on the crime, you're not allowed to come in unless you get what they call a certificate of basically you cannot get arrested for 10 years after that. So that's what happened. So they told me, no, you cannot come. We're gonna send you back. If you try to come in here again, and even without that paper, even if you have a passport, it doesn't matter. If you come back here without that paper, we're gonna arrest you. We're gonna deport you, and we're gonna ban you from coming to this country. And I said, wow, that's kind of harsh. They said, yeah. And they do that to a lot of people, by the way. In Canada, they have a strict law that if you commit even a DWI, or in my case, it was assault, fighting. I was fighting with I fought with wasn't even a fight. I punched him one time, and that's it. He went down. Even if the charges were dropped, doesn't matter. They don't let you in the country. That's how strict Canada is. Okay? So I couldn't even get it to Canada because I punched somebody 10 years before that happened. I punched this guy back in 1997. This is 2008. 10 years later, and I couldn't even get it. Canada said, no, you can't come in. Okay, the border guy said, nope, you're not allowed to, I cannot let you in here. And that happened in 2008. So what the hell are we doing in this country? We're letting everybody in. It's not sustainable, number one. It's economically definitely not sustainable. And it's not safe. Okay? Excuse me. God damn. It's not safe. So, you know, they throw these questions at this man with all that nonsense. Like, you know, they try to say illegal immigration is that you know, we're being racist. No, it's not being racist. It's about safety. Okay? And I witnessed that. When I went to Canada, even though, you know, I'm not a drug dealer or whatever, I wasn't allowed to get in the country. They said, nope, you cannot come in because you got arrested for fighting, for assault. And even though the charges were dropped, that's not our problem. You need to. So what I had to do basically is, I still didn't do it. What I had to do is I had to go back to the, I guess, to the Canadian Embassy in New York. I had to fill out a paperwork. Basically, to do it's a lot of stuff you got to go through. Basically, to do FBI background check, saying that he hasn't been arrested in over 10 years. Right now, it's been over 20 years since I've been arrested. 25 years. Last time I got arrested was 1997. And that was for that. So, over 27 years or 28 years now. 27 years since I've been arrested for anything. But you gotta go to the FBI. They do a background check. They're gonna give you a certificate saying that you haven't gotten in any trouble, not even a speeding ticket, and then you're allowed to go back to Canada. Can say, okay, when I go over the border, I have to show them that proof. Okay, look, it's called a certificate of rehabilitation or something, some weird certificate. I never heard of this stuff, but he said, yeah, that's a law in Canada. Okay, they don't let anybody in Canada. I know it's a nation full of immigrants in Canada, but believe me, they're strict when it comes to letting anybody in. And I'm an American. Well, I'm Puerto Rican. I was born in Puerto Rico. But doesn't matter. You get arrested for any little thing, you will not go into Canada if they find out that you had that arrest. Any little blemish, you will not go into Canada. Imagine that, Canada. Okay, and we can't do that here. We are letting everybody in. People that kill people. You understand? So I'm sick of this talk about immigration is not. Immigration works, but it has to be done legally. That's it. Okay, all those people that are coming in here not vetted, they're freeloading right now. I'm going to say, I don't care if people don't like it, they're freeloading this country. Okay, because that money could be better spent to our own citizens, including people that served in the military, homeless veterans, okay? And these people don't understand. These people throw these stupid questions at him. That's what he's trying to say. We need to look out. We need to look after ourselves first, okay? You know, you people that got that Trump derangement syndrome, fuck you, okay? Go fuck yourself, because I'm telling you like it is here, all right? Because you're in that fucking delusional head of yours that, you know, he's the fucking evil man. That's, you know, stupid. You know? Like, haven't you learned what happened in 4 years now? When you go, I walk outside and I see fucking illegals all over the place. Like, haven't you fucking learned that already? And I'm sick of this shit. Fucking shit. I'm going to say it like it is here. I don't care. People don't like it. I don't care. Do not care. Go look at every country around the world that opened up their borders and all that. Go look at England. Go to England. You can't recognize England anymore. Go to France. You cannot recognize those countries. I didn't know France was so fucking black. Are you kidding me? You can't recognize these fucking countries anymore. Because they let every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry come in there. You can't recognize them. I don't want to hear this argument. You can't recognize any of these countries. It's not a fucking racial thing. It's a fucking fact. You let everybody in, that's one way to ruin a country. You gotta be strict. And then they come into freeload. And then they don't even want to assimilate. You don't even want to assimilate. They want to keep they don't want to assimilate. They want to, just, go to Queens. Go to Queens. It's like a third world fucking country in Queens right now. And Roosevelt Avenue. Give me a fucking break, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Fucking, make it sound like you're the boogeyman. And that's what's going to happen. Those people are just going to vote. They don't care about this country because their feelings are going to get fucking hurt when he wins. That's it. And if he doesn't win one, you know what? Fuck us all, because this country is going to suffer more. And that's it. Because that's all around the world, especially Europe. Go to Italy. Italy is not Italian anymore. But they're letting so many fucking people in. And people don't understand that. The analogy, open your door and just leave it wide open. Let anybody come in. Who you think is going to come in through that door? Who's the first person that's going to come in through that door? He's going to be a criminal that's going to come in through that door, trying to take everything I have here. The same analogy. It's not going to be the nice neighbor, because I don't have nice neighbors. I have okay neighbors, but they're not they're not going to say, oh, by the way, excuse me, you left your door open. Would you like me to close the door? No. They're going to be across the street just eating popcorn, waiting for some criminal to come in here and take all my shit. Get out of here, man. And that's the truth. Okay? If you really want to open your doors, if you really want to let them in, once you take them in your home. A lot of people that say that, they want to take them in their own house. That's being hypocritical. Oh, we should let them on in. Well, take them to your house then. As soon as they come over, why don't you take them to your house? Why don't you feed them? Why don't you clothe them? Why don't you educate them? Give me a fucking break. Fucking derangement. Fucking people. And I'm telling you, that's what happened to me when I went to Canada in 2007. And then when I went back a year later, I got stopped at the border and they told me, you can't come in. You can't come in. Just for a simple assault charge. They sent me back. They said, and don't come back. They told me, don't come back. If you come back without that paperwork, we're gonna arrest you. We're gonna deport you, and we're gonna ban you. And I think the first time they ban you for 5 years. First time you get kicked out of the country, you get banned for 5 years. The first time you told me just bring the paperwork and you'll be fine. But if I would have tried to go in there without that paper, they told me, we're going to ban you. And then I think the second offense is you get banned for life from the country, from Canada. Okay? That shit is real. That's a real. Go look it up. Go look up stories that people got stopped at the border because they had a DUI conviction or something. They won't take you. They will not let you cross the border. I don't care how you got a passport. That's a law in the books in Canada. Okay, if they're that strict, I don't understand why can't we do the same thing? Like, I'm sorry, you've been arrested for what? For drug dealing? You shouldn't be allowed back in this country. Or you kill somebody. You shouldn't be allowed in this country. What the fuck? You know? They don't have that problem over there. We have that problem because we're letting everybody in. Of course, we're letting everybody in. When I say we, and not me. They're letting everybody in, and they're only doing that to convert them into votes, into Democrat votes. That's all it is. That's all it is. What they're doing is treasonous. It's treasonous what they're doing. Okay, so I don't want to hear this shit. Okay, I just said the analogy. You're so open about letting everybody in. Once you open the front of your door in your house and leave it on 24 hours, leave it the door open 24 hours, and see what kind of people are gonna walk in your house. He's not gonna be the nice neighbor that's gonna tell you, you should leave the door. No, it's gonna be the first person gonna go in there. It's gonna be somebody's gonna walk by. They're gonna case out the house. Oh my God, it's open. Ooh, let's see what I can get in here. Ooh, and they're gonna go right in that house and they're gonna rob you blind. The same analogy. Or they're gonna squat. They're gonna be squatting in your house. That's another thing they do. They say, I can't announce to anybody out here that I'm going on a vacation for fear that I might come back and somebody might be in this house. That's why we always have somebody in the house. My brother Harry usually, he doesn't go anywhere. He doesn't go on vacation or anything. But when we went away a few times, he's watching the house. He has to watch the house. Like, anything. I told him, anybody, call the police. That's it. Crazy. You can't announce to people, hey, you're going away. Or, wherever you live at, you can't tell your neighbors, oh, I'm going away on vacation for a week. And because they might blab the wrong person and that person's casing your house out. I know a couple of people that happened to. And they went on vacation, they came back, they were robbed. That's why you never tell people what you're gonna do. Never, not even your neighbors. Don't tell them exactly where you're going. Unless you really know them well. But we just assume that we're gonna leave for 24 hours and coming back. That's it. That's what neighbors think of. When we see me with a bag and putting in a little suitcase, they assume we're just going for a few nights and that's it. That's it. It is crazy. It is some crazy bullshit. Hey, hello, Lee. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, I don't got my ears lowered. I just my wife cut my hair yesterday. But my hair was really my hair. I'm not that I'm, when I was young, my hair used to be nice and long like my son. But of course, as you get older, your hair gets all dry and it's not manageable anymore. So my hair, when it gets a certain height, I just want to cut it. I'm done with that. I just told my wife, number one clip, cut it. I used to go to the barbershop and get a fade haircut, but right after the pandemic, they jacked up the price. Over here, I used to pay $15 for a haircut. Actually, it was $10. I used to give them like a $5 tip. So it was like $15 because it was like a $10 haircut. And then after the pandemic, they jacked it up to like, $20. So basically, they doubled the price of the haircut. So I said, and then on top of it, I got to give them a tip too. So now it's got about $25 for a haircut. I said, no, I'm not doing that. So I told my wife, listen, I don't care. Just put the clip on it and just cut. Just number one clip. Just cut it. That's it. That's what she does. And clean up the back and around here. That's it. That's what she does. It's a clipper cut. That's it. I can't afford, it's $25 for a haircut. Because normally I used to cut my hair every 2 or 3 months. My hair grows kind of fast. So about every 2 or 3 months, I would go to the barbershop. But now it's $25 for a haircut. No, I'm not paying them no more. That's crazy. I told her, I said, because right after that, during the pandemic, they were closed for a few months. And when they opened, I still didn't go in there for another year. And then when I went back there, that's when she was like, that's when, my wife cut my hair. When I went back there, Yeah, I need to learn how to do it myself. That would be better. I don't know what you recommend. I don't know if they have a device that I can cut my hair myself. That would be better because then I have to ask her. My son, I'm trying to tell my son, but he's afraid of cutting my hair. So I was like, I wish he could cut it for me. So yeah, it's not worth it. It's too much money. $25 total. It's $20 for the haircut, but I usually give them a tip. When it was $10, I would give them $5 tip, so it was like $15. But now that it's $20, unless I don't give them a tip, and I don't want to not give them a tip. They are cutting my hair. I don't want to be cheap and not give them a tip. So I don't know. If I have money in my pocket, I would just say, what the hell would I would give them. But right now, things are tight. I gotta be. That's too much money. $25 for every 2 months to cut my hair. It takes about 2 months for my hair to start getting all. Okay. Yeah, I have a cordless one actually. I have a rechargeable one. That's what she's been using. It's a brand new one. It's not Remington. It's what's that other brand? I forgot the other brand. There's another brand that makes a lot of clippers. Anyway, it's cordless. So it's rechargeable. So maybe that's the one I should just use on myself because it does have a cord. Yeah. Yeah, so I went off on a tangent a few minutes ago. Because this guy on Bloomberg is trying to you can tell he has Trump derangement syndrome. He doesn't let the man answer the questions. And the thing is, they always bring up the January 6th nonsense. Like he's trying to like they're really desperate on just trying to make this man. He's gonna do a rally in Madison Square Garden. Right? Madison Square Garden, which holds about 19,000 people in there. That's where the Knicks play at. And the Rangers. New York Rangers hockey play. So they're already calling it a Nazi, a Nazi party rally for 1939. Like these people, they throw that dangerous language out there. Like they want to incite a civil war or something. This is the same party that promotes tolerance. They're the most intolerant people. The party of intolerance. They're the most intolerant people. Everybody that I run across, they're very intolerant people. Okay, they are. Like if you disagree anything with them, they try to cancel you out. That's the way they are. And I don't care if people don't like the way I'm talking about it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's my channel. I don't care. Yeah. No, but this was a long time ago when I went to Canada. I went into Niagara Falls, Canada. Lee. This is back in 2000. I went twice. I went in 2007. Well, I went to Niagara Falls, New York a bunch of times. But to go over into Canada, you have to go through where I was at is a bridge. It's called the Rainbow Bridge. I walked through there. And then you have the Canadian Custom on one end, the American Border Patrol on this end. So you go to the Border Patrol. Okay. When I went to the Canadian side and in 2007, they let me through. They said, okay. They asked me a couple of questions. What are you here for? I'm just here, my girlfriend and I, at that time, she was my girlfriend. We're here we want to shop around and look at, okay, have a good day, enjoy. That was it. And a year later, when I went back, we had to wait a few minutes so they could check the IDs and all that. And that's when they said, no, you can't come in. You can't come in. And they asked me about a particular case. I said, yeah, I got arrested in 1997, and that was dropped. I got arrested, yeah, and that was it. And then I didn't even go to an arraignment. It was 3 hours later. I was out of, I was released. It was the neighbor across the street Me and him got into an argument. He pulled out a gun on me, believe it or not, and I punched him in the face. He pulled out a gun on me, threatening me, and I punched him. I've knocked his ass out. What am I supposed to do? The guy pulled out a gun on me. I'm going to let him shoot me? No, I punched him in the face. And I punched him so hard, the gun flew out of his hand. And then I went on my way, because we were playing football in the street. And some of my, my friends, they were like, no, get the hell out of here. And they already called the police, so I left. I left the block for a few hours, for a couple of hours. And then the next day, they called my house and said, we need to talk to you. So I said, okay. So I went down to the precinct to say my part. And then right there, they said, well, we're going to arrest you for assault. But then they contacted him. And he said, no, I guess he said, no, drop the charges. I don't want to press charges on him. And that's it. Then I got released. I got released from the jail. I didn't even make it to arraignment. I was in jail for like 3 hours. That was it. And they took me from the precinct. They took me to the courthouse. I was about to get arraigned for the assault charge. And then they dropped it. The guy dropped it. And then they said, no, he's not going to press charges. So, sorry, go home. And that's it. And that was it until 10 years later, when I'm going over the border into Canada, they tell me that case, that's the reason why they're not letting me in. They're not letting me in this country because of a case that got dropped. And that's what I'm trying to prove my point about that if their immigration laws are that strict up there, why can't we do the same here? You see what I'm saying? And that's complete, bullshit that we're having this discussion now. You cannot open a country to everybody. Period. It's just dangerous for the country. Yeah, I do have a good memory. I have to say that. I do have a good memory. That's one thing, thank God, that I still have. I do have a good memory. And hello, Glenn Dassler. I hope you're doing well. Sorry for my rant earlier, but I'm listening to this Trump interview with Bloomberg, and they just, they hate the guy. And it just angers the hell out of me. But these people were supposed to be economists and all that, and they just trying to you could clearly tell that they are biased against him. It's an economic conference that he's in, and he's answering questions, and this guy doesn't let him finish. He does not let Trump finish his thoughts. He's cutting in, fact checking him. Let the guy look. He has the guts to interview anybody, and that's my point. That's another thing he does. Unlike the cackling clown, she can't answer a basic question. And that's what infuriates me. People still gonna vote for that clown. And she hasn't done nothing. She hasn't done nothing in 4 years. So hello, Glenn Dance. I hope you're doing well. Different Gear TV Squatters' Rights has some crazy. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. But this is what happens when a city's run by liberals. And they're the biggest hypocrites because they're the ones that say, oh, we should let everybody in. Well, why don't you let them in your house then? Let them in your house. Open the doors to your house. And once you take them and feed them and clothe them and take them to school, see how much that's going to cost you. And see if they're worth it. Come on, man. I know people that live in this country for years and they don't want to assimilate. They don't want to learn the language. They don't want to, they just want to be their own. They want to be the way they were in the country. Drink, piss in the street. Because that's why I have neighbors that do that. They drink and they piss in the street and they don't want to assimilate. That's what they do. That's what they did in their country over there. Drink and piss in the street and lie in the gutter. Come on, man. Hey, hello, my Radio DX. I forgot to say your statement. Yeah. No, well, my wife cut my hair. So, yeah, I just say I put number one. I tell her, number one, just get rid of my hair, please. Just cut it. I'm at an age now where I don't care if my hair, if I lose all my hair. I really don't care about that. One thing less to manage. You know, I mean, not to manage so much. Oh, sorry. Ooh. Okay, sorry about that Canada guy. Okay, there you go. Trying to contact me there. Married to the ex. I have no hair. Absolutely not worth going to the barber. I give myself a trim. Yeah. Well, I still have hair. It's just that, you know, it's not manageable when it grows more. It's not manageable. So, all right. Anyway, I guess this guy. Anyway, my fault. It was my fault on that one. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then good luck trying to get rid of him later on. You know, yeah, it's just so easy to take them in. Good luck trying to get rid of him. I went through that. I went through that with 2 tenants up there. 2 tenants I had up there. I had to evict them. And one of them, I told you what happened. He came back threatening me 2 years later, and I had to knock him out. So, married to the exit. Yeah, I use a basic Remington hair trimmer. Works well. Oh, I think the brand that I have is called Wahl. WAHL. I think that's the brand. I forgot if it's Wahl. Anyway, I have a cordless one. It's a rechargeable one. So I have to try see if I can do it myself. But, you know, yeah, gun versus fist. And I didn't know he had a gun. My friends had told me, he was holding. I say, because, you know, I was, me and him had beef already. Because the guy was jealous of me about something, you know, had to do with a certain member of the opposite sex. So, yeah, I cut my hair. Yeah, it was too puffy. All right, let me log this guy in. I'm just doing some FT4 right now. I'm waiting till about right before. Actually, in about another 10 minutes, I'm gonna go get my son from school. He did not want to wake up this morning. He had a 3-day weekend. Columbus Day yesterday. He had a 3-day weekend. He didn't want to get out of bed this morning. So I was like, son, you have to go to school. You have to go to school, son. So you have to go to school, son. He was not happy. Yeah. Well, I'm not. I got to vote for Trump because, you know. Listen. I used to vote. I'll tell you something. I used to vote Democrat, but I don't recognize them anymore. They're too crazy now. Okay, they're too crazy. Last Democrat I voted for was Obama, and when I voted for Obama, I thought he was really. I didn't think he was going to divide the country the way he did, and he did divide the country. You know, he did divide the country. You know, now during that time, if Hillary would have won back then, I was not going to vote for her. I was just not going to vote. But then Obama won the primary, and he got nominated. You know, so I voted for him, and I got disappointed. He disappointed me. He was a slacker. All he did was divide the country. And that was it for me. That was it. I got hoodwinked, bamboozled, and I was done. And then, of course, 2016, I was not gonna vote for Hillary. There's no fucking way I was gonna vote for her. So I said, I took my chance. I said, no, I'm gonna vote for Trump. I said, what else can go wrong? I mean, we have I'm sick of lying politicians. So I took a chance. I said, you know, what the hell? What I have to lose? And he was doing a pretty good job. Even with all the, I'm going to say, even with all the cock blocking that they were doing with him, even with all the, cock blocking they were trying to do to the man, and then sabotaging the presidency with all the fake Russia crap. And then, of course, we got hit with the pandemic, with the scam. The biggest scam perpetrated on mankind was a fake, the glorified freaking code. A glorified flu. Yeah, killed many people, but unfortunately, I know that from firsthand. My wife was telling me. I could tell you stories about that. A lot of it was medical malpractice, to be honest. They were misdiagnosing the when they let all those people die in the homes. A lot of it was that they misdiagnosed it. Not everybody had to be intubated. Let's just put it that way. And that's what happened. That's why a lot of people died. They were, intubated when they were not supposed to be intubated. Okay? I can tell you that from fact. And so that really revved up the body, especially in New York State. That really revved up the body count. There was too many patients that were intubated prematurely, and they were not supposed to be intubated. Because once you get intubated, that's it. That means you're not breathing on your own no more. That means they're forcing air into your lungs. That's not very good. When you get intubated, when that's it. My mother, before she passed away, she was intubated. When you get to that point, especially for a person that's elderly, they never come out of it. It's very slim. For a younger person, there's a chance that when you get intubated, you come out of it. When you're in your 70s or 80s, you get intubated. That's it. You're not coming out of it. There's a very, very slim, I don't know what the number is, but it's almost certain that you're not gonna come out of that. So that's what happened to a lot of people. They were intubated prematurely. Well, my wife told me that, and she works at the hospital. And that was the consensus. They were saying that a lot of doctors were quick to pull the trigger and say, "Oh, blood oxygen level is down to whatever number." We shoved the tube in there, look, and that was it. And that was wrong. And I'm telling you right now, and I said it. I don't think I said it here ever in my live stream, but I told my wife, give it another 10 years, you're gonna see a whole bunch of commercials out there on doctors suing the hell out of. Lawyers suing the hell out of doctors all over the country. You're gonna see 1-800 sue for this stuff and this stuff. You're gonna see it. It's coming. It's coming. Just like Johnson & Johnson getting sued for the baby powder, or what is it? What is it? The weed killer. The weed killer? Yeah, the asbestos, that's another one that a lot of people getting sued over, the asbestos. But the weed killer, what's the name of that? Anyway, it's the glyphosate, but I forgot the name of the brand. The weed killer. That one causes a lot of cancer. That one has a whole bunch of lawsuits. That's what's going to happen with this one. I mark my words. I'm saying it now. Give it another 5 to 10 years. You're going to see those commercials. You're going to see class action lawsuits on all the major whatever. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I'm telling you. Yeah, anything for money. Yeah, exactly. They're going to come out, man. But a lot of it was, remember, it was unprecedented. And the media kept, oh my God. Sometimes they would show a clip of the Italian hospital where they had the people intubated. But they were saying that this hospital was in, I got to get ready in 5 minutes. But they were saying that they were showing the clip of the Italian hospital where they were in critical condition, intensive care, excuse me. And they were saying that this hospital was here in New York. So you could tell that they were kind of hyping it up too much. And a lot of people lost businesses because of that craziness. Because over here, they shut everything down. For weeks, everything was shut down completely. Even we had that Governor Cuomo, he was a tyrant around that time. He turned into a really tyrant. Oh my God. So, you know, he's responsible for that shit too. But yeah, this is crazy. Alfredo Pacino, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know Tasso's in school. I figure he's in school. Well, you're back to school. That's my son too, back to school. I'm about to pick him up in about, I'm going to leave in another 4 minutes. I'm going to leave the live stream on, but I'll be back. I'm going to just pick him up from school. Yeah, so I'm, you know, there's no question who I'm voting for. I'm voting for Trump. I'm not voting for that crazy woman. Yeah. I'm going to lower this down. I'll just put on the radio. I'll put Howie Carr show. Let me read a couple of statements and then I have to walk out of here. America said they wanted to accept me. They wanted me to accept an unknown tenant for some years ago to help the homeless people. I said no. You know, they have that here that they want to pay $100 a day if I house a migrant, well, an illegal alien. Excuse me, I'm calling them migrants. And my wife and I looked at each other and said, "Hell no, I'm sorry. I know that's good money, $100 a day or $150 a day. It's a lot cheaper than putting them in a hotel in Manhattan, but I don't want to deal with them." And then if he acts up and I try to get rid of him, forget it. It's nearly impossible to get rid of him. Take them to court and all that. Forget it. I don't want to deal with that. Hell no. Plus, I don't want to encourage that kind of behavior. They shouldn't be in the first place. Send them all back. That's why he said when he gets elected, he's going to do the biggest deportation. I hope he does. I hope he does. I hope he rounds them all up, put them on planes, send them back to their fucking countries. I don't care. I'm done. It's ridiculous. You got people out there, homeless veterans out there, and they can't get a place. God forbid something happened to me and I'm on the street. I'm a citizen. I serve this country. I serve this country. And I'm a citizen. God forbid I'm in the street. I gotta be next in line for these guys? Get the hell out of here. That's not right. Yeah, I've heard I got a haircut. Everybody's commenting on my haircut. All right. Yeah, anything for money. All right. Yeah, surveys say very equal results. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be like this asbestos. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. All right. Alexa, play WRKO.
WRKO from Danny's iHeartRadio. Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance.
So I'm going to go pick up my son. I'll be back in about 15-ish minutes or so.
Seriously?
I'm going to wait a couple of more minutes. He gets out of 305. I just got to walk down one. I walk down the block.
Maybe I can.
So another 5 minutes, I'll walk out of here. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes, actually.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
So anyway, I got it on WRKO.
Gun Safes by Fort Knox, Safe in Browning Gun
That's the Howie Carr show. I did not pick that up here locally.
Still offers quality not offered in big
box
stores.
That show is in
go to easternsecuritysafe.com. Mention you heard about them.
WRKO is in Massachusetts.
You can receive 5% off your entire safe purchase.
But it's a funny show. I like him.
With Howie Carr, don't go anywhere.
Oh, it's Howie Carr.
Hi, it's Toby from Cape Gunworks. I'm taking all your firearm and self-defense questions every Tuesday. Join Grace and me for 2A Tuesday. Tuesdays at 2 p.m.
Let me check my QRZ before I walk out the door.
Hi, it's Silver Dave. Did you know that Wall Street future commodities traders are selling 400 ounces of silver on paper for every 1 ounce of silver produced? This is a giant bubble, possibly the biggest bubble in history. That's why you should be accumulating physical silver, and not just conventional silver bullion, but also 1/10 ounce silver for barters and trades. If this financial house of cards goes down, you still want to buy basic essentials like a dozen eggs or a basket of vegetables from your neighbor down the street, and you don't want to pay an ounce for it.
All right, so let me go pick up my son. I'll be back in a bit. It's 2:50.
Made in New Hampshire, USA.
It's kind of windy out there today. It's a little chilly today outside. It's 57 now. It was 43 degrees this morning. It's pretty cold.
It's time to stock more. Thank you, and I'll be looking forward to serving you.
Let me go pick them up. I should be back in about 15.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
So I'll leave it on Howie Carr.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been
listen to Howie Carr
too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
Be right back.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Uh-huh.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flames. Add Gain scent beats for an even longer-lasting scent.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
The true crime genre has grown exponentially with podcasts galore, series, and entire networks dedicated to those stories. But outside of entertainment, the numbers tell a far different story. According to official FBI data for 2023, violent crime overall continued its downward trend, down 3% from the previous year, with rates decreasing an even heftier 7% in cities of 1 million or more. And murders and what are referred to as non-negligent manslaughters fell 12% year over year. Both are far lower than in 2020, when homicides spiked roughly 30% from 2019 and are significantly below levels recorded in the 1990s. Additionally, sexual assault fell by nearly 10%, while aggravated assault dropped by roughly 3%, and overall property crime fell by over 2%. But there are still plenty of true crime podcasts for your listening pleasure on our free iHeartRadio app. Search True Crime to find dozens available for free on demand.
All right.
And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I called Union Hall. I said it's a matter of life and death. I think these people are planning to kill Dr. King.
On April 4th, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King was shot and killed in Memphis. A petty criminal named James Earl Ray was arrested. He pled guilty to the crime and spent the rest of his life in prison. Case closed. Right?
James Earl Ray was a pawn for the official story.
The authorities paraded, we found a gun that James Earl Ray bought in Birmingham that killed Dr. King. Except it wasn't the gun that killed Dr. King.
One of the problems that came out when I got the Ray case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances.
This is the MLK tapes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Is the Grace Curley Show.
Today's car Car Crossover is brought to you by Tux Trucks, two big names in snow removal. GMC and Fisher. Get both at Tux Trucks, GMC Fisher in Hudson, Mass. Tux Trucks can build a GMC Fisher plow combination that will easily move more snow for you. Talk with a sales consultant at Tux Trucks GMC Fisher or call 1-800-MY-TRUCK. Joining us now is Howie Carr. Howie, we talk a lot as we lead up to these elections about certain celebrities or certain people who threaten to leave the country if the person that they don't like happens to win the election. And these threats are pretty much empty. No one actually goes to Jupiter. No one actually goes to Canada. Well, here's a new one for you. Border Patrol agents are threatening to leave in droves if Kamala Harris wins. Not doing this bleep again. Here are some of the quotes from the border agents. They say, we will have another exodus just because we will have a bunch of 20-year agents saying, peace out. We will have, they say that they are not going to hang around for this disaster if Kamala Harris wins in November.
I don't think they're talking about leaving the country, though, are they?
No, but
fleeing.
I would argue that leaving their post as our Border Patrol agents is more dangerous than Cher leaving the country.
Yeah, well, you know, but again, talk about an empty threat. You know, I mean, we could have had a GoFundMe page to get her a trip. Where was she going, to Jupiter?
To Jupiter.
She said, and I don't mean Florida. Yeah, no, yeah, it's, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty serious. It's pretty bad. I'm just looking at Christopher Rufo was just putting out about one an hour of Kamala's plagiarized passages out of her work. Her tome from 2009, Smart on Crime. It's pretty funny.
Who does she go to now to get interviewed about her plagiarism? Does she go to Mike Barnacle? Like, who is the person, the expert that you go to try to save your reputation from this?
Well, I mean, so she's got an interview tomorrow night with Brett Baer, you know, who's like, he's one of the squishier Fox people, but I don't think he'll let it go. I mean, he can't let it go. Yeah. Yeah,
no, I would agree with you on that. And Howie, CBS, they were just in trouble for editing the 16 minutes interview of Kamala Harris. And now Speaker Johnson is revealing that he recorded his own interview, always a good idea if you're going on any of these shows. Right. And they selectively edited his responses.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Is there any sort of self-reflection here for CBS?
How about the CBS story about the armed militia? Was saying they were hunting FEMA in North Carolina in the mountains. How about that story?
I didn't see that.
They had it went in 2 paragraphs, and then the third paragraph was the North Carolina National Guard said there was absolutely no truth to this story, that they were being hunted by militia. There aren't any militia in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. There are barely any militia in Michigan, and that's where they, you know, that's their big area, right?
Yeah.
That's where they, you know, set up the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plots.
Howie Carr is coming up next. Don't miss his show. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Before heading back to Florida, I made sure that I visited Perfect Smiles for my routine fall cleaning with Lori. Grace goes to Dr. Tam for her Invisalign, and the mailroom manager went twice this summer to visit Dr. Houghton for tooth repair. When you're planning dental work, you want to be confident about the quality of the staff and their work. Perfect Smiles has an easy-to-get-to office in Nashua, New Hampshire, right over the Massachusetts line, and it's a comfortable office, too. Before my dental appointment, I sat in their massage chair in the lobby for about a half an hour. Everything at Perfect Smiles is designed to make your visit as easy as possible. The dental hygienists are the best I've ever seen, and then there's Dr. Houghton, the ultimate dental artist, and now he has added 2 more dentists to his practice. This will cut down on your wait time to get an appointment. Whatever your dental needs are, no matter how simple or complicated, you need to try Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. Take a look at my video testimonial at perfectsmiles.com or call them at 603-595-6699. You won't be disappointed. Change your smile, change your life. 603-595-6699.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll want to sit on it every time.
Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Ugh, I've been feeling so sluggish and just kind of blah. Been there. That's why I take Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites. But I suppose they taste blah. Actually, they taste delicious. It's an apple blueberry flavored center covered in yogurt coating and is infused with probiotics to help support a healthy gut. They come 5 in a pouch. I just toss one in my bag and go. Toss one in my bag? Huh, get your own.
New Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites from the makers of the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Find them in the digestive care aisle.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm Ben Parker with a quick check of the stories trending right now on WBZ News Radio 1030. Just for kicks, Boston's newest soccer team announces what it will be called.
This is our city, our new team, our new nation. We are Boss Nation.
The National Women's Soccer League has officially announced the name of the pro women's football squad soon to play in Boston. In a video on X today, the league says the green and black clad team will hit the pitch in 2026.
The early bird gets to Warren, and in Massachusetts beginning this week, the early bird will get voting out of the way. In-person early voting starts this weekend in Boston and several other communities. 100 residents in Salem are set to receive money from the Guaranteed Income Pilot. It'll invest $500 a month in those recipients for 1 year. The city and the organization opt together to say participants will be able to spend the cash however they want, and the component of evaluating will be conducted by 2 Salem State University faculty members. I'm Ben Parker.
Now, WRKO traffic.
Some off and on slowdowns on the expressway, tough inside the TED tunnel. The lower deck is slow to the Zachem South. Also a crash in Weymouth, Route 3 South at Route 18. A crash up in Lowell, 495 South at Woburn Street. Crash in Randolph, 24 South at the Horse Bridge. That's affecting the lower end of 93 as well. And then out on the Pike westbound, it's packed in Millbury there, the Pike West. A breakdown by 122, delayed. I'm Dave Gardner in the WRKO Traffic Center.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of how The Apprentice made Trump a national hero and detail the first time Kamala Harris took her boss's job, and it wasn't Joe. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Now, the Long Roofing Weather Channel forecast.
We got the level low, keeping the numbers cool across southern New England for the midweek forecast here, with some 30s all the way to the coast tomorrow night. Our low tonight down to 40 degrees coastside, 30s in the burbs. Partly cloudy Wednesday, high 54, low 37, and breezy west winds continue across all of southern New England here, ushering in that cool Canadian air. Sunshine Thursday, Friday, 50s and 60s. Weekend looks beautiful coming up. Sunshine Saturday, high 67. Sunshine Sunday with a high of 70. And beautiful weather early next week, Monday, Tuesday, with temperatures a little warmer, around 70 degrees, about 10 degrees above average Monday, Tuesday next week. I'm meteorologist Scott Larimore at the Weather Channel on the Voice of Boston, AM 680 WRKO.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio. Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
After a long week, are you going out or staying in? With Chase Sapphire Reserve, you earn 3 times points on dining either way. You can meet up with friends to share tapas and sangria, or have a cozy night in to order a curry bowl and watch a movie. No matter what you pick, it's a win. Find the detail that moves you with 3 times points on dining, including takeout from Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more of what's yours. Learn more at chase.com/Sapphire Reserve. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Need a brain boost? Try Neuromag Magnesium L-threonate from Life Extension. Magnesium plays an important role in healthy memory and cognitive function, but not all magnesium supplements are easy for your brain to absorb. Neuromag is formulated with an ultra-absorbable form of magnesium, making it a brilliant choice to provide the maximum benefits for your brain health. So, boost your brain performance, memory, and attention with Neuromag today.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like. The bacon, egg, and cheese is the most toasty and delicious. And crispy golden hash browns are a must. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Excludes espresso and cold brew beverages. Offer valid on bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches only. Excludes seasoned bacon. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions and terms apply.
With Honey Nut Cheerios, you don't have to sacrifice taste to achieve your heart health goals. So maybe you do the active thing, jumping rope as an afternoon pick-me-up. But definitely do the easy one, having a tasty and convenient breakfast with your loved ones. Learn more about Honey Nut Cheerios as part of a heart-healthy lifestyle by picking up a box wherever you shop for cereal. 3 grams of soluble fiber daily from whole grain oat foods like Cheerios cereal and a diet low in saturated fat and cholesterol may reduce the risk of heart disease. Specially marked Cheerios varieties provide 0.75 grams per serving.
With features like instant alerts when new listings match your criteria, Apartments.com makes finding a new place, well, less, if I may, laborious.
Don't stop. One more. Push it, honey. Yes,
It's an adorable townhome. And a baby. Oh, yes, my baby. Look where we're gonna live, sweetie.
That's emotional. Apartments.com, the place to find a place. Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Here's your question. Will you be playing pickleball in your 80s or in assisted living? A study found how you treat your body decades earlier impacts your health and longevity later. Better health now and later is why doctors created Field of Greens. Unlike other fruit, vegetable, and health drinks, Field of Greens is vitamin and mineral super nutrition. Each fruit and vegetable is doctor selected to support vital organs like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, and immune system. Can Field of Greens help you live longer and healthier? Well, know this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study on lowering your body's biological age. And the younger your body is inside can lead to a longer, healthier life. And only Field of Greens is backed by a better health promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Get 15% off and free shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code HEALTH. That's promo code HEALTH at fieldofgreens.com. Fieldofgreens.com.
We enjoy coming on your air, and the Vice President's looking forward to her interview with Brett tomorrow night. It's actually kind of a stark reminder that we're not really seeing Donald Trump do very many interviews.
The Economic Club of Chicago and Bloomberg both invited Vice President Harris to a similar interview about her economic plans, that she has declined so far.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
So that's a different accounting than this 2% you say was distributed.
Yeah, so they've obligated some funds, but they've only distributed 2%. The rescue and recovery effort's still going on, and then we address the rest of it.
You know what they say? Fool me once, strike one. But fool me twice.
Yeah, so they've obligated some funds, but they've only distributed 2%. And when I was there on the ground, and you should go, I mean, bring the cameras and talk to the people there. They'll tell you, don't take politicians' words for this or the administration's word.
Fool me, you can't get fooled again.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moon bats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome to the Howie Carr Show. 844-500-5500.
4242, 844 500 4242. You know, I'm just going back and forth all day long to Christopher Rufo's Twitter account. He just keeps, every hour or so, he posts a new example of Kamala and her significant plagiarism. And it's really amazing. She only, so some of these paragraphs that she lifts, she only changes one word. I mean, she makes Claudine Gay of Harvard University look like a really sophisticated theft of other people's prose and ideas and research. I mean, she's not even going through the motions. But as you know, as one guy tweeted underneath this position under a pseudonym, he said, to be fair, neither Kamala nor her publisher ever expected anyone was going to read this damn book, and that's certainly true. But you know, you have to be prepared. I thought whenever you ran, that's what I was always told. This the first thing that, you know, when you hire a team that to manage your campaign, they say the pros say to you, you know, is there anything we ought to know? Anything we ought to know? And the way I've always, the funniest story I ever heard was Mittens Romney, when he was running against Ted Kennedy in 1994 for the first time. They said, what do we have to know? And of course, the people he was running against in the Republican primary, the guy John Lakian, who later got jammed up and called him Mr. Mormon in the debate. You know, he didn't find it. The Republicans didn't find it. But as soon as Mitt got the nomination, Mitt had told the guys when he first ran, he said, well, it's not really, you know, I'm kind of a clean guy, but one time I was in the national parks when I was a college student, and we were skinny dipping. And, you know, the Rangers caught us, but no one will ever find out about that. And so he wins the Republican primary, and, you know, like 2 days later, Mitt Romney was busted in a national park, skinny dipping at Yellowstone or Yosemite, wherever the hell he was. And so, but again, this is the one-party state thing. It's you know, the same thing with Waltz. Waltz has never been under any kind of major scrutiny. She's never been under any major scrutiny. So here it is, and now they've just got this. They've got these programs, these AI programs. You don't have to, you know, use a magnifying glass and, you know, green eye shades and, you know, go over all this crap. You just punch the book in and punch in the program, and, you know, it just pops it up. I wonder even if probably the program is the one that's actually underlining and highlighting all the instances of plagiarism that are turning up. But she's such a fraud. Such a fraud. 844 500 4242, 844 500 4242. But it doesn't stop them. They just still keep coming up with these fake news stories. Like last night, it was Trump had this town hall meeting in Pennsylvania, and apparently there were a couple of people. I don't know if they were fainting or heart attacks or whatever, but they passed out at the event. And so he said, well, we're going to just, you know, we'll have some music and then we'll go home and all this stuff. So they ended up just hanging around, and it was being covered. I know it was being covered on Newsmax because I watched this. I was leaving the building last night, and probably other, I know it was, I'm sure it was being streamed on, you know, Right Side Broadcasting. So then the Kamala people come out this morning, and they tweeted out, Trump appears dazed and confused at the event in Pennsylvania. And it was such BS that even ABC News, home of Martha Raddatz, home of David Muir, home of George Stephanopoulos, had to come out the guy who covered it for them, and said, you know, despite what they're saying on social media, it was really a sort of an intimate. He called it an intimate event, you know, kind of like a nightclub. And he said, Trump was very gracious and everybody was having a good time, and a few people left. And he said, but afterwards, Trump, when they got the people out and they were all okay, that Trump decided to go down there and pose for pictures and sign autographs and that kind of stuff. Jared, do we have the cut of the ABC guy? Where is he? I asked for that, didn't I?
Terry Moran. We have the
Terry Moran. Yep. Oh, okay, I got him. Okay, yeah. Here it is. Cut 21.
Well, in certain quarters of social media, people had a field day with that, and I guess on the screens it might have looked quite strange. Inside that hall, however, people were having a good time. What can I tell you? It did not seem out of the order. It seemed almost intimate, and at the end, Trump did something he very rarely does. He came down off the stage and mingled with his supporters. He was signing autographs and shaking hands and the like.
Terry Moran, you're fired, okay? You're not allowed to tell the truth about what happened at the event. This is 20. He's trying to explain what was going on. This was before he explained that social media, the Democrats were, and if you go to anything like all these Christopher Rufos when he's busting Kamala for all this serial plagiarism, a la Claudine Gay, they're just saying, well, what about Trump? He was dazed and confused last night. When are we going to get his cholesterol levels? It's cholesterol. Cut 20, Terry Moran.
But then, 30 minutes in, 2 attendees suffered medical emergencies. A doctor, please. Doctor. The incident shifted the mood, prompting Trump to cut the question short and instead play some of his favorite music. How about this? We'll play YMCA and we'll go home. Trump kept DJing, and most of his supporters stayed for another 30 minutes of his playlist.
He's losing his mind. He can only do 7 events a day now, and then go back on the plane and start tweeting out about all of Kamala's lies. He's losing it. These people are desperate. They're desperate. Making up that crap about the militias going after the North Carolina National. I mean, think about that. Think about what they expect their voters to believe. Here are these guys in the mountains. You know, hundreds of people are probably dead that we don't even know about yet. And they haven't had any electricity. They haven't had any Wi-Fi. They haven't had any clean water. They're running low on food. Everything they're out. So what their response is to get in a truck and to go out and say we're gunning for FEMA. And they're telling this to the National Guard. They're telling the National Guard, who would be defending FEMA, that they're going after the National Guard. And CBS and AP just report this. And the Washington Post, they're the ones who broke the story. The very font of fake news, the 60 Minutes of the print media. They're promoting this as a real story. But then again, they've used the militia in the past. There's something about the word militia. The moonbats get the vapors when they hear the word militia. Remember the fake news story about Gretchen Whitmer she was going to be kidnapped by the militia, and it was a bunch of guys who were living in their cars, who were homeless basically in Michigan, and the FBI was bribing them with beer and pot. And they used to have these meetings of the militia that was going to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, and there were like four homeless guys, and the rest of them were FBI assets, right? Remember that? So now, this happened almost exactly 4 years ago, the Michigan hoax. And so now it's all this time, they're going back to the same well, militia. Just like they're going back to the Russian collusion hoax well. Only this time it's Iranians, right? 844-500-4242, 603 Terry Moran, or more like Terry Moron. Well, you know, the thing is, he, as Rush used to say, he committed a random act of journalism. He had this tape, and it refuted everything that was being said by Kamala Harris's own official website, by the way, was saying that he was dazed and confused. So he decided to take the ultimate risk in modern day state-run journalism. He decided to go with the truth. You can make a lot of mistakes in journalism, but not parroting the party line, that's a big mistake. 508, watched that live on Rumble last night. It was great. He made a tough situation turn into a nice evening. Had them open the doors for fresh air, too. And then 917, Terry Moran's report lacks context. Oh, that's it. That's it. Hello, I'm David Muir. I'm not lying about Trump tonight. I'll be lying about his campaign town hall in Pennsylvania. We reported some real nonsense this morning on Good Morning America. Terry Moran lacked context, etc., etc., etc.
That's the context.
That's the context. Thank you. Thank you, Dementia Joe. Are you ready to finally cash out the equity in your real estate? Don't be that person who missed the market. Are you ready to sell on your timeline and under your terms? Are you ready for no haggling, no negotiating, and a straightforward sale? Well, J.J. Manning Auctioneers can sell your residential or commercial real estate as is, whether it's of museum quality or it has a ton of deferred maintenance. From the Berkshires to Provincetown and throughout New England, J.J. Manning Auctioneers can sell it all. Grace and Howie listeners consistently sell through J.J. Manning. On October 28th, J.J. Manning has a high-visibility commercial retail building on Route 1 in Northampton, New Hampshire. Auctions may be new to you, but for 50 years, J.J. Manning has helped clients sell through their strong and simple auction formula. If you are interested in this property, or you have commercial, residential, or land to sell, please contact Charlie Gill at 800-521-0111 or visit jjmanning.com. So call Charlie today and get your real estate sold. I'm Howie Carr.
Want more from the Howie Carr Show?
Yes, always.
Watch Howie live at rumble.com/The Howie Carr Show. He's not just another pretty face.
He's an extraordinarily good-looking man.
He's Howie Carr.
There's a little bit of a bromance going on there.
This hour of the Howie Carr Show is brought to you in part by Bellagio Ristorante on Route 28 in Katua. Enjoy Chef Jay Bartolome's authentic Italian cuisine. Go to BellagioCapeCod.com. That's VILLAGGIO CapeCod.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations for you to explore right now, like Coffee Shop Radio.
But I haven't slid to you. They were all yellow.
Just search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now on your free iHeart app. Free never sounded so good.
Stay front row and center in the all-new Nissan Kicks. The totally reimagined Nissan Kicks is the crossover that's been designed to get the most out of city life and have fun doing it. And this year, the Nissan Kicks has teamed up with the Amazon Music Live Concert Series to make it even easier to stream every live music set on Prime Video and Twitch. To set your reminder to watch Jelly Roll live on October 17th at 9 p.m. Pacific Time. Just say, Alexa, remind me. That's Alexa, remind me.
At Capital One, we're the type of bank a tech company would build. We harness the power of technology, bring humanity to our work, and lead with innovation. Reimagining banking means we need brilliant and bold perspectives. That's where you come in. Ready to discover a game-changing career that'll challenge and inspire you? Check out CapitalOneCareers.com to build a future we can all bank on. That's life at Capital One.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Parenthood is a rewarding journey, but it can also sometimes feel overwhelming. Fortunately, we don't have to figure it out all alone.
Wow.
There is a free and
I'm
confidential
back. Sorry about
hotline where
that.
you can
Wow.
get support 24 hours a day.
Took
7
more than
days a
that.
week. Call or
Alexa,
text the national.
stop. Wow. I need to put this on. Woo. I had to heat up some pizza for my son too. Anyway, happy boy back from school. And yeah. Oh, it's the same contact. Never mind. I thought I was still I didn't leave it broadcasting. Yeah, don't leave it broadcasting unattended. I need some water. And 1 hour and 30 minutes in the books. I'm gonna stream for a little bit, and then I'm not gonna stream tonight the baseball game because I don't want to do every single game. It's exhausting. I'll be watching them tonight, so I'm not gonna stream tonight for the baseball. And then after tonight, they'll play again on what's today? Today is Tuesday. So tomorrow they have an off day. So Thursday. I guess Thursday is the next game. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I may feel upset, but I don't want to do every single game either right now. It's just exhausting. Because I have a couple of things to do later anyway. Let me check where I'm at with QRZ. Yeah, so I'm glad that Oxford was here last night. Oxford Shortwave Log. He was here last night on the chat. And he got me thinking about that antenna. Because the problem with this Yaesu FT991A with my antenna, I have a sloper antenna. It's about 80 feet of wire. It's connected to a 49-to-1 onion. It goes slope all the way to about 35 feet off the ground on a tree. But it cannot tune down to 80 meters. Although I cannot do anything at 80 meters other than CW, which I'm, haven't been doing much in the, but I can. But I noticed that when I went down there, I went on the frequency for which I'm able to use the CW portion on 80 minutes. There is a portion that I can use for when I try to tune the antenna, it did not want to tune. It just kept on. And then I, hooked up the keyer. I set it up, of course, hooked up the keyer, and I noticed my SWR was very high. So that is not good. I can't use it. Right now, I can't use it on 80. The current antenna I can. Somebody suggested I get a separate, more dedicated antenna matching, like a tuner. But I really don't want to buy another tuner just for that. I don't really want to do that. So I don't know. Also, I do have the Zygo G90. That thing can tune any piece of wire. I think the Zygo tuner is actually, if not better than the one that comes in the Yaesu. I could be wrong on that, and also I'm thinking about dedicating that radio for when I do the CW, only because that radio only goes up to 20 watts anyway, and I can have it saved in there. Plus, the Zygo G90 has a built-in CW decoder, and this one does not have a built-in decoder. The Yaesu FT991A. So because I am gonna bring everything down, I'm gonna set it up. But before I do that, I have to take everything out of here and if paint these walls and do something about the floor. If I don't put the tile down or something, I may just paint the floor. I don't know. But I have to do something before I bring everything because I'm only going to do it one more time and that's it. It took me months to bring everything up there, to finalize everything. And finally, I emptied this room out to rip out the wood floor, which I did. and it just introduced a few little things. I started getting water in the basement a little bit more, but not much. But I know where they're coming from now, so I started to do work out there to seal it. But now that I have a couple of pumps, I'm kind of comfortable to the point where I can bring everything back down. Of course, everything when I bring back down, they're not going to be laying out on the floor. They're going to be up high on shelves. So even in the eventuality that I do get some water in the basement, he's not going to compromise any of the electronics. Even the outlets, right now they're pretty high up already. Any extension, I will put them above ground. They're not going to be on the floor rolling around because I just can't take that chance. So I will have it. Okay, this guy is just not going to work. Okay, so forget about that. Let me go back to FT8. So, we were talking about antenna, and one antenna that he does use is the G5RV. I thought about getting that antenna years ago, so I may look into that one. And then he also said that it tunes very well, and it does tune on 80, especially if you use the full setup of it, because of course you could cut the. So I like the sloper for. It works on it works on 20 and above. 10, it works fine. On 40 is good, but anything below 40 meters, that antenna right now does not work well. So with this rig, so I'm looking for another setup. And I talked about maybe doing a separate inverted V or some kind of other wire type antenna for. But right now, it's not a priority right now because I am not licensed to do 80 on digital or voice, only CW. So I'm not rushing it. Now, once I do get that general license, I may look into the G5RV because I know Clint has it, and his shack back in his home in England, and that's one I'm going to be looking into, the G5RV. Yeah. Yeah, because I need to get this general, but as soon as I get that, I need to get a new antenna because the one that I have now will not tune down to 80. I know some people suggested I get an external tuner. I really don't want to do that. If this doesn't match with that wire, I'm not going to use this rig for that. That's it. I have other rigs, especially lower power rigs. I could use either the Zygo FT818ND, which goes up to 6 watts, or the Zygo. Some people call it the Shago, whatever. G90. That one can go up to 20 watts. But if it's CW, I'm not going to go above that anyway. So it makes no sense in even trying to set this up with the CW and what have you. So I'm sorry. I need to fix this. Okay, this is FT8. I put the wrong mode in. Sorry, I need to fix this one. FT8. And I need to change the frequency. Everything else stays the same. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now I fixed this one. Okay. I was on FT4, now I'm on FT8. Okay, so now this is FT8. All right. So now making contact with N7. N7 EWZ. And then we go to his page. Sign his web book or web contact. And we just wait on that. All right, so 1 hour and 40 minutes. Let me text somebody, let her know that we're home. My son is home. I always do that. So she's at work, so I have to let her know that we're home. So give me a minute. Anybody want to chime in and ask a question? Feel free. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I think the G5RV seems to be the best antenna for me in this, especially with the limited space that I have in the backyard. I think I would have to get a pole or something for one end. I have to see Oxford's video again on how his G5RV is set up. So, matter of fact, let me look up. I'm gonna open this tab over here and look up here. G5RV. I'm gonna look for one that's on sale. Let's see. Yeah, so DX Engineering has it. I see it on eBay. eBay has it. So I think also Sparkyzilla has a G5RV also, if I remember. I think Radio Waves G5RV. So there's a few of them. They have a mini G5RV. MFJ makes a G5RV. So the MFG 1788. So it is a dipole, as you can see. Okay, this guy is not responding. Let me end this transmission. I'm sorry, I just don't have the time for this runaway train stuff today. So, and that is the G5RV. Is it a dipole? So it's a dipole. So I may look into that. Now, if I put the dipole up, the only issue is I'm going to have on one end, I can tie it up to the building, a mast or something. Then the other end, I was thinking about either putting a long fiberglass pole, and then you could tie the other end on that. And then that way I can have it, or I will have to run the other end on a tree branch, because I want the dipole to be high enough, at least above the roof line of the house, so which is above 20 feet or so, 20, maybe 25 feet. And then of course in the middle, the dipole run, it has a ladder line. Then the ladder line hooks up to the coax and then into the shack. So I have to look into that. And hello, Michael, T Radio 922. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. So I was talking about it yesterday. The E100 right now is on hold. There is some issues with the radio in terms of the legality of the radio. Jill sent me an email on Saturday stating that the radio right there transmits on out of band. Some bands are not supposed to. on some frequencies it's not supposed to transmit on. So he has that radio too. So he went ahead and contacted them and saying that he is not going to review it. He's not going to talk about it or whatever. I decided to do the same thing. I'm not going to make any review on it or anything. They have to fix that issue. They need to make it legal before I proceed. So right now, for me, it's on hold. I'm not going to. So they need to, the frequencies that are intended to be transmitted on, that's legal. Well, it's not legal. They need to not make that. But also, I don't know what's going on with AliExpress. That they're already selling that radio on AliExpress, and it's not SH Data store. It's another vendor that's selling them. So right now it's a mess. You know, the anticipated date was supposed to be October 23rd that they were going to launch it. They were going to start selling them on Amazon, but now since Jill's mentioned it to me, and you know, I am not gonna. That's it. I'm done with that radio. They need to fix that issue. So until further notice, that radio will not be. I'm not reviewing it. I'm not. So I'm just letting a couple of people know because I don't know if some of you might be interested in buying it. I will hold off on that now. We'll hold off on that. Now it could be because I have a prototype, and that may be the case. Because I had that radio for about 3 months, give or take about 3 months. So that may just be the prototype, things like that. But either way, I cannot endorse that radio as is. I cannot. I know that might not be, you know, XYZ might not like that, but I don't care. I have my reputation here for the channel. It's also a legal issue. It's also a legal issue. One, I can lose my license, my amateur operator license. Two, I just don't want to get in any legal issues with it. I don't want to get fined, whatever. I just don't want to deal with that. So that's my lesson on that. That from now on, if any company that wants me to review the transceiver, I have to ask right off the bat. It has to be FCC compliant. Has to be legal. Not you can transmit it in bands you're not supposed to. No, I'm not, that's not acceptable for me. I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. So yeah, so that's where that radio is at right now. It's on hold. For me, it's on hold. I'm not touching that radio in terms of making any more videos on it. The last video I made on it was a weather reception, and that's it. That was the last video, and that's going to be the last video until they fix this issue. If they fix it, and they're going to have to fix it. They are going to have to fix it because I'm not going to touch it. I will not make a review on there. I'm not making any more videos on there. I'm done with it. The radio looked promising, but they have to clear that up. You know, they have to clear that up. So that's where I stand with that radio right now. And it's a lesson to be learned. You know, from now on, I need to ask those questions also. Because I had a couple of companies approach me about sending me their transceiver. A couple of them I wasn't interested in. The Ratto, I did tell them to send me that one. Now that one, I haven't fully tested it, but I'm sure it's okay. But I haven't really tested it because that radio also has a bunch of frequencies that it can receive on. But I never did the TX button anyway to see if it. So now I'm looking at that one, see if that one is compliant. But that's what I need to do. I need to start telling companies, well, it's great if you want to send me the radio, but I need to know if this radio is legal. It's legal to use. Because I don't want no issues. I don't want no problems. I don't want my, I just don't want no issues with that. It looked promising, but right now it's on hold. They need to fix that. The main thing is they need to fix the legal issue first. They need to fix that. They need to make it legal, FCC compliant. And I want to see it in writing. I want to see it on the box or an instruction book. This radio complies with FCC, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? I want that in writing. Otherwise, I'm not touching, I'm not reviewing that radio. I'm done. And then the other issue is once they fix that, they have to include a cable. Include the cable, because that's your first radio of that brand. You should include the cable. Nobody should have to guess what cable works. Because I went through that way. I have 3 cables. I had to guess which one, but apparently none of them work because they don't have a software. So they need to fix the cable, which cable is going to be, include it or mention which one you need to get. And the software should be included in the radio. What kind of CPS software? Or if you have a download link to the software, or if the radio is listed on Chirp. That is a popular software. Yeah, I know, but that's why you have a US version. And yeah, so yeah, I know. I understand that portion, that it may be legal in their country, but it's illegal here. I still cannot make a review on it because now it's, you know, in other words, that doesn't help me. That could hurt me. I could still get, you know, in trouble. You know? So it may be legal in their country, that's fine, but it's not legal here. So they need to, that's why there's always you know, some radios, they have a US version. I know transceiver, for example. I know when I was shopping for the ICOM, if I remember, they had a Japanese version of the radio, which had, I think, 4 meters, 4-meter band. And over here, there is no 4-meter band, I don't think. I'm just, you know, because over here, this one has 6 meters, but not 4 meters. I never heard of 4 meters. So I know the Japanese version, I believe, has a 4-meter band. But, you know, in your point is well taken that it might be legal in their country. Like, for example, the no weather band here is no weather band, right? We have weather channels. We're not allowed to transmit on those channels. But in their country, that's an open band. I don't know what they have over there in China, but I know there's no weather band, right? For example, I know in Europe they have PMR. PMR. That is a band for, you know, their amateur radio operator, PMR. We don't have that here. We have the 70 centimeter band. You know, 430-ish to 440, whatever. We have that. That's a 70 centimeter band for US amateur radio operator, the 70 centimeter band. In the UK, whatever, in England, they don't have. They have like I think it's called PMR. Also GMRS. Here we have FRS, GMRS. In Europe, I don't know what that band is. I think that's the PMR-ish. I don't know, something like that. In Canada, they have a few bands, but if you're close to the border, you cannot transmit on certain channels. So you see where it can get blurred, the legality of it. But you still got to be responsible. You still, I have to be responsible for me. So when I hit that button, and I know that band I'm not supposed to transmit, and it went through, it just says, it lit up, it says TX. I said, okay, I cannot use this radio. Even though me personally, I'm not gonna do that. But I cannot put that on the channel and say, go buy this radio. In good conscience, I cannot do that. You know? And I'm not going to do that. Just to get a few more views, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So, you know, you have to be responsible and say, you know what? You know, yeah, I'm the first guy that posted a video on there, and that's good, you know, but at the end of the day, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I just say, you know what? And if they don't send me another radio after this, then so be it. But you know what? That's not on me. That's on them. They need to do their due diligence to say, if we're going to ship this radio, if we're going to sell this radio in North America, we need to make it compliant in North America. That's it. I mean, every company does it. Radio Oddity they sell radio, they sell transceivers. They're very compliant. So it doesn't absolve you from being compliant. Even if you have to make 2 versions of the radio, just like medium wave radios, right? There is a worldwide FM or whatever AM, medium wave. Then you got the North American version of the medium wave broadcast. Same thing with a transceiver. In fact, it's more stringent with transceivers because, you know, you cannot, for example, you know, I'm not allowed to to just transmit on bands I'm not licensed to. Over here, if you get caught doing that and they prosecute you, you will get a fine. You'll get a hefty fine and you will lose your license. Your license will be revoked. And that's it. And I just don't want to take that chance on a handheld that's probably worth nothing. It's not worth it. It's just not worth my time, and that's it. It's not worth taking the risk. And when Jules reached out to me with the email, he has the radio too, and he decided right when, as soon as he found that out, he said, I am not going to talk about this radio no more. I'm done with it. I already contacted them. And I said the same thing. I said, you know what? I agree. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm done. You know? Because companies send me emails all the time. Oh, we want to send you this thing. We want to send you this thing. A lot of it is not even radio related. But the transceiver, they sent me the Radtel one. That one has MERS. That's legal. MERS is legal. But, you know, a lot of radios, some of them don't even have MERS. So that radio can also be a commercial radio. But this one now, is not even that. It's just as obviously when I did it, those bands are not legal. And I said, no, I can't. I'm not in, you know. And, you know, good looking out, Jules looked out for me, and he said, because I didn't know. He would test his, and as soon as I got the email, I went and brought mine over. I tested it, and I said, oh my God, I can't review this radio. No way. You know, no way. Yeah, exactly. And hello, Lee, back again. Yeah, I just picked up my son. He's upstairs eating pizza. So I told him to relax. He's on the computer right now, eating pizza, and I gave him a Sprite. Yeah. Yeah, because that's not my, you know, my thing is with them is that that's a company. They need to know better. You cannot just push a product out there and expect people to look the other way. No. You know, I have responsibility to, you know, ethical responsibility to myself, right? I want to be ethical about it. Also, you know, I could easily say, you know what people don't know won't hurt them. And then I can make a whole bunch of videos and I get a whole bunch of views on it, knowing that until somebody complains about it, I just keep, you know. But the fact that he reached out to me first, I didn't check that. So I said, let me check it. And when I checked it, I verified what he said. And I just can't. I can't in good conscience make another video of that radio and tell people to buy it. No. So right now, that to me, that's a dead project right now. They need to fix all that stuff. It looked promising. It looked promising, but you know, it's not enough. Yeah. So let me see, the local time here is 3:55. And it's just gotten cold now. Suddenly, last night was cold. I got the AC on because I was hot, but I'm gonna take tonight. I think it's coming down because I'm not gonna do a live stream tonight on the baseball. I'm gonna get, I can't live stream every single baseball game. It's exhausting. Oh my God, doing a live stream for baseball is exhausting because I'm rooting for them, and so. And now we have both teams. We have the Mets too. So the Mets play tomorrow. Yankees go on the road, and then the Mets are playing 3 games at Citi Field. Yes, I'm definitely going to look at the G5 RV. There is another one. I have to go to Sparky Zilla's channel because he has a whole bunch of antennas, for amateur radio in his property. He's, I don't know. For those of you that don't know his channel, it's SparkyZilla85. And that's his handle. SparkyZilla85. All right. SparkyZilla85. Anyway. So he was one of the first guys from YouTube that I actually got the itch of getting my license. When I started this channel, I was, just a radio listener. But then I believe he was the first one out of the YouTubers I used to follow that got their license. And then it was, actually, I think it was Oxford got his license first in England. And then SparkyZilla85 got his license. And then it was Todderberg. Todderberg got his technician license. Although Todderberg, and he never made videos on transmitting, but he does have he is a amateur radio. He is a technician level. I know that. Like me. Then Jules got his license. And then I finally decided to get mine. And so now I have my license for 2 years now. And of course, a year ago, my radio DXer got his license in England, foundation license. So I think it was finally Jules inspired me to get mine. And then, of course, my radio DXer said I inspired him to get his. So it's like, and this is what I'm talking about, keeping the hobby alive, keeping the, pass it down, you're never too late to get your license. You're never too young to get your license. I wish I could have done this early years ago, but it was a different time for me. I didn't have the money to buy all this equipment. So, me as a kid, I wouldn't, I would just drool over this stuff. Even just buying a shortwave radio. I just couldn't do it. My mother, when I was a kid, she couldn't afford that. So, but now I can't, some things you enjoy when you're older. And I thank God for that I have the luxury to do this stuff now. I'm kind of living a dream, You know, when I was before I was a teenager, I would look at magazines and say, man, I would love to have that radio. But it was out of my league. It was out of my price range and all that. My mother couldn't afford it. But now it's like, yeah, I'm 58 now, and now I can basically any radio. If I really wanted to, I can. You know? And Married Dexter is back. And welcome back, my friend. So yeah, so you know, it may be legal in their country, but that doesn't help me anything. You know. So they even if they have to make a US version of the radio, and then whatever version out there, I don't care. I don't want to review it. I'll review the US version. So yeah, it looked promising, but right now to me it's a dead project. So they fixed that. So they have to address that. That's the big issue they have to address. And then after that, they have to include the cable, because I have 3 different cables and none of them, I don't know which one is going to work there. And then also a software, either software that comes with the radio or a downloadable link to the software. Like Radtel has the download. Yaesu, you have to, like, for example, for this radio, I had to go to Yaesu, download the driver for this radio. And then that's it. You know? Or Chirp. Or include it on Chirp as their database. So when you're picking a radio for Chirp that you want to use it with, it should be listed on Chirp. So I know they want to rush this radio out, but that's not the way to do it. You know, you need to get all your ducks in a row before you start selling something like that. You know, and I like them. They reached out to me. They didn't judge me. They didn't try to. They didn't tell me, oh, we want you to say this and this about the radio. They were very upfront with it. And that's why I give them the benefit of the doubt. But at the same time, I cannot compromise the integrity of this, the integrity of this channel, by promoting a radio that is technically right now illegal. You know, I'm not going to do that at the expense of a few views. It's not going to happen. And even if they say, well, we're not going to send you another radio again, well, then so be it. That's fine. You know, my channel is not based on reviewing radios. If I do not review another radio on this channel, that's fine with me. Because my channel is not radio review channel only. You know, a bunch of companies didn't send me radio. The Ratty that Oxford was talking about yesterday, I wanted to review that radio, and he said it is absolute rubbish. And I wanted to review that radio. People ask me here, Danny, what do you think about the Ratty RF19? I say, from what I've seen on another channels, so far, I'm not impressed by it. And then I reached out to them. They have an influencer sign-up page. I signed up with him. Didn't get an email. I said, okay. So a couple of months later, I signed up again. I never heard from them. So they probably know this channel well. They probably said, no, we're not going to send it to him because maybe he's too critical with the radio. Maybe there are some issues with it. And then of course, Joe's also same thing. Influencer page. So he mentioned the same thing. He did not get a response from them. And then also on another channel, reached out to Radio Oddity. That's the parent company of the Ratty. They gave him the cold shoulder, and that man, I subscribed to his channel. I can tell you that he single-handedly probably made Radio Oddity a lot of money because of the G90. A lot of people bought the G90 because of his channel, including me. And then for them to just give him the cold shoulder, you know, it's very disrespectful. To me, Radio Oddity is just very. They just basically. My wife is sending me pictures of my son and I. We were at the farm. We took some nice pictures of each other. But yeah, Radio Oddity, very disappointed. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely Radio Oddity really disappointed me. Because I do like some of their products. I was even I was kind of looking forward to using, maybe trying out the RF919. By the way, they do sell another rebranded model of that radio on AliExpress for like just a little over $200, like $220-ish. I thought about buying that one, but that really left a bad taste in my mouth the way they treated the other guy, the guy, the amateur radio operator that single-handedly made them a lot of money. When they treated him like that, I said to myself, you know what, this is a company I don't want to deal with. Because they do send out radios to, for example, the RF919, they send it out to a bunch of amateur radio operators. And my thing, I don't understand that is a shortwave list. That is a radio, a listening radio. I understand some channels, common sense tells you, why would I want to send a radio like that to a amateur radio operator channel? When you got the biggest shortwave channel, you should have sent him one. And they didn't do that. And that tells me something is fishy. And by the way, these are the same channels that get everything for free. They get a lot of stuff. And I watched a few of their videos, and I noticed that they're very biased. Like, they say good things about every radio. And that's not the case. Some radios are really not good for the price, especially for the price. If the RF919 would have been about $150, I will give it the benefit of the doubt. But when you're charging $250 for that radio, you're getting to a price now where it got to be better than anything on that price range. And I'm telling you that when I saw that radio reviewed on an amateur radio channel, that I know, first of all, he doesn't even know how to say the company name. It's Radio Oddity, not Radio Diddity. It's Radio Oddity. You can't even say the company name. And I was already, okay, this video, this is not a good review. And he didn't review it. He just played around with the radio. The tuning wheel was wobbly. It was wobbly. Some people wrote in the comments that the tuning wheel looks wobbly. It looks like it's, you know, piece of junk. And that's when a couple of people here asked me about it, and I said, no, I saw one video on it, and the guy, and he gets a lot of stuff. That guy gets a lot of free stuff. And every review on that channel is, first of all, is boring. The guy's not really you know, even if he was technical, at least the guy's not even technical about it. He just doesn't know about shortwave listening or about medium wave. Yeah, he may be good at amateur radio, you know, operation. Maybe, I don't know if he's good at that. I don't even think he's good at that. But definitely when it comes to shortwave stations, you know, this guy didn't know nothing. He didn't know nothing. Trying to pass it off like he knows something about radio, and that rubbed me the wrong way. And I, you know, you line up, you put all the puzzles, the pieces together, and you say, oh, okay, he's getting free stuff, and his review is not going to be one that I want to take a look into. Another channel that I don't want to mention their names, but there's another channel, it's another big channel. He's always reviewing new stuff. He's also a compromise channel, because I made the mistake of buying a radio based on him, and that radio turned out to be a big flop, a disappointment. And that's when I said to myself, you know what? I cannot trust these channels when it comes for their honest review of a product, because, you know, that's the gravy train. You know, you're not going to upset the you know, you don't want to upset the companies and bashing a radio. They don't care. They just want the numbers to be high. They don't care if people like them or not. Now, I don't care either people like me or not, but they don't want to lose that gravy train, you know? You know, hey, radio reached out to me, and they sent me 2 radios, and they were both flops. And I told them, I said, I said on the live stream, I said, oh, we're working on an already new approval. Okay, you work on it all you want, but I'm done. 2 in a row, and they were both flops. Both of them had promise. But when when it's a horribly ultra wide bandwidth radio and it's basically unlistenable, I'm gonna point that out. And that's what I did. And I guess, you know, they stopped contacting me, let alone send me any radio. And I was hoping they would send me a few more, because there was a few more that I wanted to review. But I never heard from them again. I said, okay, well, there you go. They just didn't like my review. Oh, well. But I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to say the radio is a good radio when it's clearly a piece of junk. And that's what happens with these channels. They send them everything. You know, they reviewed SDRs. There's one channel, you know, he gets SDR. He got the latest SDRs. He gets all this stuff. But a lot of the stuff is now AliExpress reached out to me recently for influencer program. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I'm really thinking about it, because I'm at the point now where I really don't care about that stuff anymore. There was a point like maybe a couple of years ago that I was hoping people sent me, but now I'm noticing that it's just sometimes it's a hassle dealing with them. There was one company that wanted to send me, it was a chair. I turned them down. It was a chair. It was a nice chair. Well, they wanted me to do a full review on it, and they wanted me to like mention. They wanted me to make a video on the chair alone on this channel. I said no, I'm not doing that. I'll make it on my product review channel, and then I'll talk about it here on my live stream. And that's what we had the disagreement about. They said no, we need this one on this channel. I said I cannot do that. I don't want to do that. This is a radio channel. I'm not doing that. That's why I have separate channels. You know, yeah, I'll add them on my social media. You know, I have other social media, but I'm not gonna put that of a chair in this channel? No, I'm not doing that. So they were very adamant about it. And I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. I'm not going to turn this channel into review my no, the standing desk. I made the exception about that because that is part of my shack. That is my live stream studio stairs. So I made that the exception, but I guess other companies thought they were going to send me other stuff, and I was just going to know. I said, no, I'm done with that. And I wasn't even comfortable with that. And that, I guess that people saw that and they thought, oh, now we can send them anything. And I would say, no, I'll look into it for my product review channel. And most of them, after that email reply back to them, yeah, I'll put it on my product review channel. Crickets. So I said, no. I said, get it. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's still on Ali. I know. And, I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, exactly. Mary J. So you said it last time. They only send free stuff to YouTubers. Yeah, I can tell you who they are. And some of them, actually, one particular one, I used to like his channel. I used to like his videos. Now I kind of like don't watch him anymore. He's from England. He started out as a CB guy, but now he's reviewing everything. He was a CB guy. I liked his channel because he used to talk about CB radios in the UK. But then now he's reviewing everything now. He's reviewing everything. Like, I guess, listen, if you have nothing else to talk about, you run out of content. That's it. In my case, I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I said, no, that's why I started live streaming. But in his case, I think last time he reviewed a cooker. Like, oh, I'm going to do food stuff. I'm like, well, that works for you. I mean, he has I don't know how many subscribers he has. He has a lot more than I do. But I don't want to turn that into here. And, oh, here, I'm gonna review a crock pot. Or air fryer. I feel like if I get to that point, I'll do it on another channel. I don't want to do it here. I don't want to do that. Can my numbers be a lot higher if I was throwing everything in here? I probably would be. My numbers could be a lot higher, believe me. Yum pizza. Ooh, I'm gonna make pizza in the air fryer. I'm gonna heat up a slice. Ooh, frozen pizza. I'm gonna put it in the air fryer. Yum bowl. I'm sure I'll get a whole bunch of people watching that. But that's why I created other channels. I want those channels to do their own thing. It's called diversification. I like to diversify. They're like projects. To me, they're like mini projects. I said the Danny product review right now is approaching, what is it now? Last time I checked, it was about close to 300 people. I have fun there. I have fun there doing those things. No, it did not come with a shortwave radio, the cooker. He was a CB guy, and I liked him. I like this channel, but I don't recognize the guy no more. When I seen a few videos recently, he reviewed the DX286, which, okay, that was a good review. And then he reviewed another one, and I was like, okay. I think they send them the LC90 also, I believe. I'm like, where's my LC90? Where's my ratty RF? No, it's a nah. This guy's too. He's too much for us. So and that's fine. You know what? That works for me. I don't care. You know, because I'm at the end of the day, I'm enjoying what I do here. I don't want companies to tell me what to say. I'm not with that. I'm sorry. I don't care about that. You know. But I've seen other channels just sell out, completely sell out. I've seen it already. It took a few years, but because I follow them too, and I noticed they change. Like that guy, Married to the X. So that guy is saying that the LC90 is the best radio ever, and the other saying that the new Zygo 6200 has no birdies. But I saw them on the SDR screen. Come on, we are all not that dumb or deaf, whatever. Yeah, exactly. Because I know you pointed it out. Plus, the price is ridiculous for the 6200. It looks nice. I like the way it looks, but I'm not paying $800. Hell no, I'm not for a 6-watt transceiver. It's under 10. I know it's under 10 watts. I believe it's 8 watts or something. I forgot what the numbers are. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that. Yeah. And then, of course, the LC90. See, that guy, I used to like his channel because I could relate to what, because he reminded me of another guy that this guy, for example, this guy, I forgot the channel name. I wish I could look him up now. It was a long few years. It was like before I started my channel, basically. This guy had bought like, I think he sold them like, he answered a Craigslist ad for property, for land for sale. So he went to this North Carolina landowner. Yeah, I guess it was a big farm. And the guy said, no, I never posted that ad. So the guy was like, okay, whatever. And then they started talking, and they had something in common. They were both ex-military guys. So the guy said, you know what? You sound like a real good guy. And the guy that owned the land, he's a lot older. He was like a lot older. And I guess the guy kind of took a kingship to him. I said, you know what? I'm going to sell you some of my land. So the guy wound up selling him like, I think it was like 5 acres of land. It might have been 10. I forgot the number. He got it for cheap. I think it was like 10 grand cash. So the guy, he lives in the city in North Carolina. So the guy said, okay. And said, they shook on it and they wrote the paperwork. And so he fenced off. So now, what he's been doing, he's been what they call homesteading. Because he said he wants to make a house there and all that for when shit hits the fan. Okay, SHTF. That's what we call it. Or preppers. So the guy is like a prepper type guy. So that's what. So his video, his channel is based on that. So every video that he makes, like the first video, he just put up a raw fence. Mark the lines where his property is going to be at. And then, of course, he rented a big, I want to go like a lawnmower, but the big one, because he had like tall weeds and all that. So he basically, trimmed the whole land, leveled it, grass cut. Then he started building, an outhouse. I think at that time he was sleeping in his truck. But eventually he built a small house, like an outhouse, where he needs to go. And then he started building a house. He built a house. And now he has like this whole house. It's like a homestead, a whole house, and everything. And that's what this guy reminded me of. Then the LC90 guy, that's what I'm gonna call him. I don't want to mention his channel. The farm guy. But And I was following Shannon because I that kind of appeals because one day I would like to do that. We looked into that, buying land in upstate New York, and just buying land and start building like a second home there or something. Like a house for in case over here something happened. Like who never know. World War III, and they're launching missiles into this New York City area. We go up there, away from all the blasts, in the middle of farmland up there somewhere. Survive the apocalypse or whatever. And so it appealed to me. But I noticed he changed. Like he was very, and he's into that men's mindset too, like the prepper thing. But then all of a sudden, one day I see him reviewing radio after radio. So I guess they reached out to him and they said, "We're gonna send you this radio. Hey, since you like this radio, we're gonna send you." And all of a sudden, he became a radio review guy. The guy used to review like tools too, which I could relate that because there were some tools that I was like one time he bought the cement mixer that I have. I have an electric cement mixer, a portable one, small, a small mixer. So he bought the same one. So I left the comment and whatever. And I noticed that I left a few comments he would not reply to. I was like, okay, this guy, what was wrong with this guy? Like you didn't reply to people's comments. So that rubbed me the wrong way already. Oh my God, I have this cold today. Not much the case anymore, but I used to have sinus issue when I was a kid. So sometimes I have to clear my sinus, whatever. Excuse me. Oh my God. All right. So that related to the whole homesteading thing. But then one day I see him reviewing shortwave radios, like every radio, and I noticed that some of them are crappy. So I said, okay, this guy. And then when he put that review, I said, this guy, he lost his mind. He lost his mind. He really lost it. He lost his mind. And that's when I knew the guy didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Because before that time, he was already reviewing some other radios. But he didn't make that outrageous clickbait. Then I noticed his videos are all like he has his picture like this, and he's trying to make all clickbaity videos. And that's when I said, okay, this guy's really thirsting for subs and views. Like he's really thirsty. I call it thirsting. I'm sorry. That's when you're like, okay, now you just, you're like addicted to the numbers. Like he really wants to be like the next, whatever. I don't know. I don't know if he wants to have a career in he wants to be on TV. I don't know. That's what happens. Some people get their head big. Their head explodes. Like, oh my God, look at me. I'm a big guy. I'm a big shot YouTube guy, Do you know who I am? They put out that card. You know who I am. So he got lost. When he made that video, he put that said he lost. I unsubbed to him a year before that happened because he was already losing his mind with that whole every radio was a piece of junk. He would review it. Oh, this is a good radio. It's a good radio. I was like, it's a piece of junk. He even had that junk antenna. This one. He had that junk antenna up there, and he said, "Oh, that's a really good antenna. That's a piece of junk." I bought that antenna years before Tyler made that video, and I could tell you that's a piece of junk. There's one look at it, I say, "Okay, this antenna gonna last up there." The UV is gonna make that plastic brittle. that motor is gonna fail and water leaks in there because I think it's not waterproof. I never got to use it. Well, I did use it. You know what? I did use it for a few months. The first year I bought that, I put it in the summer. I put it up there with the umbrella stand, and I had to go and say it worked okay, but it's not, 150-mile range, whatever the hell they promoted at that time. And yeah, that antenna, he said, oh, that is a great antenna. I can pick up a TV station 80 miles away. Yeah, you can because you live in the middle of the boondocks. There's no buildings around you. So, that's why you can pick up stuff from far because you're in the middle. You're in a mountain. He's living literally on the hills of North Carolina. He's up on the hills. So of course, from that vantage, if you put it high enough, you could pick up distant signal over the horizon. So of course, I pick up 80 miles away. So he lost credibility with me, and then I think it was the cement mixer thing. After a few comments, I said, "This guy is just I hate to say it, I say, this guy's a pompous asshole. Guy thinks he's too big for his britches now." So I unsubbed him. I said, I'm done with this guy. Because I seen them change. He changed. When I followed that guy, he only had like 6,000 subs. One day I checked, he has 70,000 subs. I'm like, okay, yeah, his head got inflated. I think it's like 70. When last time I checked, he had like 70,000 subs. Okay, Providence. Oh, this is Rhode Island. Oh, okay, Roger. Let me do Roger on this one. Come on, Roger, fellow Roger. Oh, it says Rhode Island. Man, we need to get it confirmed for this band. Okay, let's wrap it up, brother. Let's wrap it up. Oh my God, Roger, bro. There we go. Okay, so I got him. Okay, I got him logged. So this is Rhode Island. Now, if I get that confirmed, that would be nice. Although I had that one logged as DMR to get that 50, but this one would be nice on HF. Okay, very good. Anyway, and then I got that Vermont one last night, but I'm waiting for that one. Yeah, exactly. Money and fame. I heard on the radio a couple of days ago. I'm trying to remember who said it. It was a Sunday morning. And this is a perfect quote. I like this quote. Money doesn't change you. It amplifies what you already are. Does that make sense? So in other words, if you're a douchebag, having more money just makes you a bigger douchebag. If you're a very generous person, having more money makes you a very generous person. So the way he said it doesn't change you. It amplifies who you are. That's the way he said it. He said money amplifies. Money and fame amplifies who you are. That's the way he put it. I heard this a couple of days ago, over the weekend. I heard on the radio. I heard so it was I'm trying to remember what morning show it was. So, excuse me. So it amplifies it. The way he put it, he said, money just amplifies that person. Yeah, well, I think that too. But the way he said it makes sense because I give you an example. My brothers and my sister. I think deep down they were always ignorant, stubborn, you know, whatever. And I think that when they thought they were gonna own the house outright, they really, you know, they came out. They, you know, my brother would tell me, if you don't like being here, get the fuck out. He told me like that. He would tell me like that. And he didn't even own the house. He thought he was gonna own the house. He thought my brother was gonna sign it over to him, and he was gonna own the house. He told me, he said, if you don't like it, then get the fuck out. And I said, well, first of all, you don't own the house. So, fuck you. That's what I told him. Fuck you. You know? No, I think they just hide it. They just hid it. I think they just knew how to hide it. It makes more sense the way he said it. It amplifies. But yeah, I mean, either way, you know, it definitely messes with some people's head. You know? Yeah, but definitely, well, and YouTube is another element of that. I guess they think they're famous. Like if you used to see me at an airport, nobody's gonna recognize who I am. I don't have like 5 million followers. Even if I have 5 million followers, I'm not the type of person I'm gonna walk down the street who's gonna recognize who I am. Oh my God, that's that Danny guy. It's gonna be like a handful of people that know who I am. Like if I say, for example, like you see me walking down the street there, you wouldn't recognize me right away. You'll say, that guy looks like that guy on the guy on that channel. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be like, oh my God, that's that guy. And I wouldn't, you know, that's funny. Yeah, so I have seen money change people from my experience, even if, yeah, and maybe they hit it. Maybe they had that. Maybe they had that trade in them. It's just they couldn't show it. But my brother, the one that he wanted the house, when he came from, well, you know, I'll make a long story short. My brother took him in. My oldest brother took him in. He got kicked out. His wife left him in Puerto Rico. He came here. He was homeless. He came here with nothing. So my brother took him in. He said, okay, you can stay with us. But as soon as he stood with us, he started backstabbing him right away. He would tell my mother, that, you know, I don't know what he's doing with this. He was ungrateful. So that's a trait that was already in him. He was ungrateful. This years before, he was already scheming to take the house. That, I fix everything around the house. Like he volunteered himself. He made himself like the super of the house. And then my mother, you know, I guess trusted him to the point where he started collecting the rent money. And you know, I looked the other way about it because I didn't give a shit. I was like, I have my own plans in life. I was not gonna live in that house forever. I already had I was going to school. I was going to college at that time when this happened. I already had a path set for me that I was gonna move out of there, go live somewhere else, whatever. So I didn't care. So I guess when he saw that and nobody challenged him on it, he took it to the next step and he started embezzling all that money. All that rent money, instead of paying the bank, sending it to my brothers to pay the bank for the home equity loan on that house, he was pocketing all that fucking money and gambling it too. So he already had that trait in him. That he's greedy, manipulative, you know, he already had that trait in him. So I think that's what happened. So I think some of it is already inside that person. They just it doesn't come out right away. Because I remember years ago when they took him in, and he was doing that. He would tell, like he told my other brother, "You don't like it, get the fuck out." And I'm looking at him. First of all, who you telling to get the fuck out? You're not even the owner of this house. And I said, didn't he took you in when you was homeless? You know, like how dare you even say that? But that's what happened. He had the audacity to say stuff like that. And that's why now he's very jealous of all this. He doesn't even know that I have a channel. He'd be more jealous if he sees what I'm doing now. He was jealous from day one. In fact, I ain't surprised if he tried to hit on my wife when I was around. He was probably trying to hit on my wife. When I was not around, he probably tried to hit on her. You know? Because he tried to, like, there was a time where, you know, where I let him do a few jobs here, and he started saying, "Oh yeah, I can do this for you." He would tell her, "Oh, I can put a new cabinet for you. I can do it like." And I told him, I said, "Bro, you need to back up with that shit." I told him, I say, you know, that's my wife. You don't suggest anything to her. That's my job. Just, you know, we're paying you to do this. Just do this and shut the fuck up. So I get behind my back, he would tell her, and then she went there, because one day she told me, "Oh, he suggested all that." I said, "Why the fuck is he suggesting you all this shit?" And I put it two. I said, "Yeah, he's trying to move in on, you know, behind my back and shit." You know? And I told him, I called him out, and I said, "Listen, you know what? I don't want you here no more. You're not working in this house no more. But you know, the house under her name." I said, "I don't give a fuck. You're done. You're not coming in this house no more. I don't care." And then I told her, I said, "I don't want this guy here no more." I'd say, "I'm done." And I was the one that ended that shit. Because first of all, the guy's not a good worker. He's a, you know, me and him, we work together, and the guy is just fucking stubborn and like a mule. Especially, like, for example, electrical. You know, like, I took the class. I know, you know, I know the codes. I know what's the safety portion of it. I know all that stuff. This guy doesn't know shit. He just learned by hand. So I told him, "You cannot put this fucking gauge wire with this fucking breaker. You're gonna fucking heat up the wire. You're gonna fucking cause a fire." "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Yeah, you know how he is. That's what he is. "No, you know what you're talking about." You know? And I said, "Well, you know what? You're not gonna work here because I don't want no, you know, you're not safe. I'm sorry. That's it. I don't care what you guys did over there in that house, but you're not doing it in this house. Fuck no." So I fired his ass. After that job, he got fired. That's it. I said, "You know what? Here, take this fucking amount and get the fuck out of here. You're fired." Because the guy's not safe. He just fucking doesn't listen. Like, I'm the boss. You listen to me. That's it. I want this job done this way. You know? And so I took the class. I went ahead and took the class. I had to take a few classes before you take electricity 1 or introduction to electrical, residential electrical. You have to take a safety class. You have to take a shop math class. Then you take that class. There's 2 prerequisites before you take that class at the community college here in the Bronx. So I took all that. And then I was going to take the next level of, which is commercial. Well, he never took any of that. He's like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing because, you know." I said, "No, there's code, bro. You can't use this gauge wire on this. You just can't." Like, every time, that's what they did in the Bronx. Like, I remember there was an instance where every time they would turn on the microwave and they had the washing machine at the same time in the kitchen, the breaker would trip. Yeah, because it's overloaded. That's what the breaker did its job. So he went ahead and tried to switch the breaker to a higher. I think the breaker was 15 amp. He tried to put I forgot what was the other breaker, the next one up. It was not 20. It was like a ridiculous amount. It was like 30 or 40. No, you can't do that, bro. The wire's gonna get heat up and it's gonna cause a fire. You know what you're talking about. Something fucking guy's dangerous. And I'm telling him this. I'm telling him, no, you what you do is, you're gonna have to make a separate circuit for the washing machine. Or don't have the two on at the same time. That's it. I do that here. The air fryer and the microwave cannot be on at the same time because it trips that breaker. I know that. So I make it clear to my wife, if you're gonna do something air fryer, you cannot have the microwave on at the same time because you're gonna trip that fucking line. And how many times she did that until I finally, went off. I say, because all you do is tripping the breaker. There's a certain amount of current that can go through that breaker before it trips. I know that because I took the classes. And I'm not a master electrician. It's just common knowledge on that. And he's arguing with me about that stuff. And that's why I said this guy's he's a danger. He's a danger to anybody, because of stubbornness. And imagine, so someone like that, imagine he has a lot of money. He's a very, manipulative person. So I think money amplifies that trait on people. Because he really thought he was gonna get that house. And he blew it up. He really wrecked everybody. Because he pocketed all that money. Because he's not a money manager. He's not good with anything. He doesn't know anything about stock market, about investing, anything. He doesn't know anything about anything. He's a Neanderthal. He's a Neanderthal guy. He just thinks he knows it all. And when I challenge him on that, he gets offended. And I'm like, because, he's about what? 10 years older than me? So I guess he thinks that because he's 10 years older than me, he knows a lot more than I do. So he gets jealous. He gets jealous that he's a high school dropout. He failed in the Marine Corps in boot camp. Me, I'm a 2-time college graduate. I did my service in the Air Force. I'm a homeowner now. He's jealous of all that stuff. And now I run a channel. Like all that shit drives him nuts. And I'm baby brother. I'm the baby brother. I'm the baby of the family. I was the baby. And it drives them nuts. And that's what it is. It's jealousy. Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, but it was close though. There was times that I saw it when I was staying in the basement. I could smell the black rubber on the. They had the tape. I could smell the black rubber burning, and I warned them. I said, "You can't do this. Look at this. Look at you." So, thank God I never caught on fire. But I'm telling you, that's the type of shit. That's the type of shit I was dealing with them over there. Very unsafe people. But the thing about that is just stubbornness. Is that they'll argue to the death that they know what they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, bro, so finally, when I moved here, I started fixing everything up. Like all these fixtures, I put that fixture up. Upstairs, I put 3 ceiling fans upstairs. In the second floor, I put another ceiling fan. I had to figure it out, bro. Plumbing. I put a new toilet on the second floor. I never did plumbing stuff like that in my life, but I figured it out. Thank God with YouTube also, that really helps. I put new sinks. I done all that. I had to learn. I had to learn on my own. What happened was, I guess he thought I was gonna go to him. Oh, I need your help to do. No. And I did it properly. Properly, not, Neanderthal way. Because the guy is straight up, he's a Neanderthal. He's a Neanderthal. Same thing when they were job searching years ago. I told them, no, you need to have a resume on, you need to have a Word document, you need to have an email. Oh, I don't want to make an email. Well, you need an email. Everything now, you need an email account. My sister was the same way. Oh, you don't need, I don't want to do an email. Well, you're not going to get a job in today's economy. In today's world, there's no more open up the newspaper and look at the classified ads. And I got to fax my resume. Now it's not the way of the world anymore. Now everything is Indeed.com. You know what I'm saying? I got my resume on Indeed.com, LinkedIn. I got my stuff on LinkedIn. They find me. I got email account for that stuff, for my personal stuff. I got my email account for many years already. I got Word document, PDF version of the. I don't want to do all that. Well, then you're going to be in the Stone Age without a job. Give me a break. Like, grow up. Like, we all adapt to technology. Some people don't want to adapt. Oh, I just don't want to do that email stuff. Oh, I don't want to. Well, then, you know what? You deserve what you get. You earn what you earn. You earn while you earn. Because you deserve it, because you're stupid. You don't want to learn. Like I told them, why don't you go, why don't you go to trade school? You already know this stuff. Just get it on a certificate. Go to building trade school. And first, like I was trying to get my certificate for building trades. So for the building trade certificate, you need electrical, which I already have. I got that certificate. I needed the carpentry one and the plumbing one, and then there's a boiler maintenance one. You get all that, you get a certificate for building trade. And then with that, I could apply for super job, a property manager, building manager, super, like a landlord, super, property manager, whatever you call them. We call them super. And, you go, for example, a building in Manhattan, you live in that building rent-free, but you're the super of that building. You do that. I knew somebody that did that. I knew a couple of people that were super. They got the job. They lived in that building, and they run that building. They collect the rent. They're the property manager. They keep the building clean. Make sure no drama is going on. Everybody pay their rent. Anything that should be fixed, he has to delegate it. But this guy doesn't want to, the way of the world. He wants to do it his way. I don't want to go to school. I already know that. I don't need to go to school. Well, you need to have it on paper, bro. I don't want to do all that. Well, then you stay where you at. You stay in your cave. The Stone Age. And they're hard-headed. My sister was the same way, but my sister listened to me. Oh, I don't want to do it. I said, well, you have to do an email. So she finally created an email account, and then she didn't have a computer at the time. I loaned her a Mac. She was job searching there every day. She finally found a job. She security guard, security job, security work. She's been working she's been working there for 10 years now. It changed her life because of me. Because I helped her. I nudged her. I said, don't listen to this guy. He's going to hold you back. I told her. I said, you listen to this guy, he's going to hold you back. Listen to me. You got to create your resume, Word document, get an email account. I'll go on Indeed.com, make an account on Indeed.com. She got a job within, as soon as I said that, within months, she got a job. With no experience. She never had any type. She had some retail experience, and that was it. She wanted to getting her security guard certificate because she had to take the class for that. I took that class. So I paved the way for her first. for a security job. So I told her, you need to go to this school. It's a you know, a 2-day course. After that, you got to get fingerprinted in Manhattan. You pay a fee for that. You send the application to upstate, to Albany, and you're gonna get this, your certificate. I mean, your license to be a security guard. It's a card. It says you know, you got to be you know, licensed to be secure, to do security work. And she did all that because she listened to me, not him. Did she ever thank me for that? Fuck no. She never thanked me for all that shit. I'm telling you, I'm a good brother. I'm a good brother. I was a good brother to them. I was a real good brother to them. And I'm still a good brother to them. But she never thanked me. She never thanked me to this day. She never said, Danny, if it wasn't for you, I would have never got this job. I would not got this apartment now. I wouldn't be making this much money now. You changed my life. You made me independent. Nothing. No thank you, no nothing. I'm telling you. You know? Yeah, thank you. No fire happened. Remember, DX, I knew people in the past that tried to put me down. Guess what? They failed. If they saw me now, they would be jealous. Exactly. You know? You know, they see me like that, like I'm that little boy that I was very introverted and shy. And they cannot imagine me doing a live stream right now, talking to people, and you know, and you know, listen, you know, everything happens for a reason. My wife, I met her because I went to college. Second time around, I went back to college, and I met the love of my life. And you know, at that time, I didn't think I was gonna have another relationship. I was done with relationships. Especially having another child, no. But God has a plan. God has a plan for me, and I guess that's the plan. We're gonna get married. We're gonna have a family, and be married now 12 years. I'm married 12 years now, and you know. And no, that made him jealous. That makes him jealous. But that's not my problem. That's his problem, not my problem. But you know, and I told my sister back. I said, yeah, if you keep listening to him, you're gonna follow in his footsteps. You know, you're gonna go right. The other one too. And my brother, the one that moved out of here a few years ago, Eric, he did the same thing. He wants to, I guess he still wants to follow them. So I said, go. I said, but remember, once you leave here, don't come back. Because when last time you came here, I plucked you out of a shelter. You was at a homeless shelter for over a year. But when you leave out of here, you did this to me. I said, okay. I looked at my wife. I said, okay, no, let it be. Well, now I'm going to remember this. You took that bridge and you blew it up. So now don't think that it may not happen to you again. You might be homeless again. Don't come knocking on my door this time, because I'm just gonna keep it closed, right? I'm gonna keep it locked. I'm gonna say, no, I don't. You're not welcome here. That's it. Even if I have room, I'm gonna say, you know what? You didn't learn your lesson the first time. You should have been humbled. Show some humility. Show some, be thankful. But he didn't do that. So I said, okay. I told my wife, she was not. All of a sudden he picked up and left. He didn't even tell us he was leaving. The next day, one morning, I saw somebody parked in front of our house, a van, and I saw people unloading stuff. I saw it by security camera, and I said, Annie. I told my wife, I said, Annie, I think Eric is moving out. So when I didn't confront him. I said, no, let him leave. She went out there and asked him. And he said, oh, yeah, I didn't tell you. And I was like, and I said, no, let him go. I said, let him go. Don't let him go. And that's it. He didn't have the courtesy to tell me that he was leaving. He just snuck out of here one morning. And then Harry had told me, my brother Harry said that he went like this too. He said, this is what I think about them. He went like that to pointing at the floor. He went like that to this is what I think about their rent increase. And I told him, I said, no, we need to increase the rent a little bit because everything's going up in cost. So rent has to go up a little bit. And that wasn't even an outrageous amount. It was not even, we're talking about, I swear to God, it was not even, I rented him a room. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be transparent. I don't care. Because I want people to understand how people are, especially family. He had a small room. It was a very small room. But for him, it was fine because he's a single guy. You know, he was paying me $125 a week. That was it. $125 a week. So I was going to increase it to like $140. That was it. $15 more a week. You know, because, you know, everything, you know, and it wasn't like double the rent or anything like that. Or, you know, 25% increase. It was only a few dollars. You know, was it worth it really burning that bridge? But you know what is it? It's not the money for him. It was just, he wanted to show me that. He was like this to me. Oh, you little brother, another jealous one. And he literally tried to hit on anybody that I was with. The other one. He was a real douchebag. But I gave him a chance. My wife was telling me, oh, give him a chance. I said, no, I don't want to give him it because I already saw what he did over there. Let him stay in the shelter. I don't care. I don't care about him. She was the one that told me, oh, you should give him a chance. I said, watch. I said, for you, I'm going to give him a chance. Within a few months, I already was going to get rid of him. And I put up with him for 4 years until he snuck out of here. Because I was going to evict him. Eventually, I would have evicted him anyway. Because the guy was a straight up slob. And, you know, and the guy has a serious drug problem and all that. And I told him, I said, I'm going to behave when I move here. That's what he told me. I'm going to behave. Yeah. I'm going to help you fix up the house and all that. I said, okay. I said, I know he's just talking. He's just trying to sell me. He's just bullshitting me. But I made a couple of rules, hard, fast rules. I told him, because he has a serious drug habit. And he's associated with crack whores and drug dealer. I told him all that shit was going on over there. I told him, when you move here, I don't want to see none of that shit. I don't want to see people knocking on my door. Where's your brother Eric? Because you're gonna be out of here. You're gonna join them. I told him. I told him if I find anything, if I find a little residue or whatever, you're gone. I told him straight out. Oh no, I don't do that no more. I was lying. Just lying. And then within a few months, he started being the way he was, you know, being a slob. My brother used to complain that his room used to stink and all this stuff, you know. Oh, he went upstairs. Sanjay's upstairs. He went to the second floor. I hit the stairs. My brother's up there, his uncle. So he goes back and forth. I open the other door for him. So I told him when he needs something to come and get me. And right now he's just playing. He's just running around the house. Yeah, so yeah, they try to put you down, and then you know. And the thing is, I try to be a good person. I think it's important that you know what you said your best version of yourself. Yeah, and I may come off as you know loud or whatever or opinionated, but I want my son to be honest with himself. I don't want him to be a follower. That's the worst thing you can do to a person, turn them into a follower. That's when they get in trouble. I almost fell for that when I was a kid. I used to follow people, you know, kind of, and then I realized that's not the way to go because you know what, peer pressure. You know, I just found out recently that my nephew, well, he's not my man. He's my nephew from. They never got married, but my brother that had passed away, he was like their stepdaddy. I just found out. I was just looking at my old brother's house. And I saw an article that my nephew is in prison for 8. He got sentenced to 8 years in federal prison For what? Selling drugs. Selling drugs up there in Ellenville, up there, selling drugs. And I knew that already. I knew he was into that. But he finally got caught. He had got caught before, but he got a slap on the wrist. This time, he was facing 10 to life. So he plea bargained, and he got 8 years. And this happened 2 years ago. He got sentenced. So right now it's 2024. So he's already been there 2 years. So he got 6 more years to go. So he's not coming out until 2030 at least. And he has a fine of $1 million. That's his fine. $1 million fine. So he has to pay that off. So people think that, and I tell people that you think that drug dealing, there's a retirement plan. It's not. You're going to get killed or you're going to go to prison. And even if he gets out, he still got to pay that fine. So that's like, every time even if you get a job after prison, they're going to take some of that money. This is for the fine. This is for the fine. You're going to pay off $1 million for the rest of your life. There's no, that's the thing that people think about. Oh, that's fast money. I remember growing up, and they would say, oh, look how much money I got. I got more money than what a cop makes in a year. But I knew better as a young kid. I was like, yeah, but that's going to catch up to you one day. And it did. Everybody that did that, it caught up to them. It caught up to them. Ain't nobody successfully retired from, because you can't. You understand? When you're that type of person, you're greedy. You can never walk away from that stuff. What prompts you to be that person, to sell that junk to everybody, that's who you are inside. So there's something morally wrong with you already when you do stuff like that. You understand? So that was not me. I said, no, I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't care about, I don't care how much. I see them across the street. They would have their nice BMW or their nice car, with the nice rims on and everything. And they had a couple of, skanks hanging around them. I was like, nah, bro, I don't want that life. I don't want that life. I said, nah, I'll stick to my building models in the basement or playing with radios, going to go to college. I may not make money now, but that's okay. I don't care. But I have a future. I'm not going to be in a jail cell somewhere, in a prison cell, doing life for 20 years or whatever. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Hell no. And I found that out the other day. I saw the West Ellenville, whatever, and I saw his name. And him and my other nephew, but he's like more of a cousin. And I saw his name. He was involved too. And I know them growing up. I remember him when he was a little baby. I remember him. He was a baby when I was a kid. And I was reading the article. I'm like, oh my God, Department of Justice website and everything. He pleaded guilty to conspiracy, possession of, because he was selling fentanyl and crack cocaine. And he got busted. So he was facing 10 to life, and he plead bargained to 97 months or something like that. So about 8 years. So he's, I said, man, this guy. I remember this guy was a little fucking baby. Now he's in federal prison. I mean, that's what happened, because they're all like that. They all wanted that fast money. Oh my God, I don't want to go to school and earn a skill. I don't want to think with my head. I just want money coming in, and that fast money. Oh my! And then they laugh at you. They laughed at me. They would laugh at me sometimes. Oh, you going to college? You gotta take out a loan to finish school. You going to college because you think you're so smart. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not gonna be in prison in 5 years from now. You are. You're gonna go away. You're gonna go away. You're all laughing at me now. What is gonna happen to you guys? It's gonna happen when you're gonna. There's no retirement plan for drug selling. There's no retirement plan. I'm sorry. There's only two ways in you leave. Either you live in a body bag, you get killed by your rival, or you get caught. You get caught too many times, and then you're going to do a long bid. And that's what happened to them. They all eventually got caught. They don't get caught. Because, you know, that's one thing about these criminals. They rat on each other. You know, that's how they all got caught. They got caught. Somebody else got caught. Then they ratted them out. No, we don't want you. You're the low-level guy. We want the guy that's bringing in all the stuff. Okay, yeah. Because I don't want to do 25 years. I'll plea bargain. I'll do, I don't know, you give them 3 years. And I'll sing like a bird. And that's what they do. And then they bring them down. That's what happened to Diddy right now. Diddy's never coming out. That man is never coming out. Because now they wanted him. All the low-level people, they said, we want him. Are you willing to testify? And we'll give you immunity, maybe witness protection program, whatever, new identity. But we want the big fish. Because remember, all those prosecutors are running for office. That's a feather in their cap. They took down the big fish. So of course, you know, there's no honor among thieves. And they would like mock me, oh, Mr. College boy, Mr. You're going to college. You know how much I got in this bag? I have more money in this bag than what a police officer makes in a year. And they would tell me that. I would be like, okay, so what's your point? Now you're living the good life right now? You know, is that gonna last forever? No. But good luck on that in a few years. When I'll be watching from across the street when people trying to break down your door with Kevlar and MP9s and all that, and they drag you out of there, 6 in the morning or whatever, in shackles. Good luck on that. And that's what happened. They got dragged out of there in cuffs. You know? Yeah, exactly. It happened to Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull. He ratted out John Gotti. He had to sing because John Gotti made the mistake because John Gotti had a big mouth. John Gotti had a big mouth, and they had him in the apartment upstairs from the social club in Manhattan. Where he rented a room. He rented an apartment to an old lady. So they used to go up there and talk. And finally, the feds put a wiretap up there. So he went up there. And he's telling the other guy, oh, I don't like Sammy the Bull. He's too greedy. He got all these side businesses. And so he went off about Sammy the Bull. So the feds took that recording and they said, well, Sammy, you think he's loyal to you? Here's the tape. And they played it in the courtroom. Now, John Gotti did not like Sammy the Bull. And he was going to have him whacked. So Sammy the Bull said, okay, since you already have me, I'm going to sing like a bird. Because he had 19 murder charges. Sammy the Bull was never going to get out. But Sammy the Bull said, you know what? I'm going to give you the whole Cosa Nostra on a silver platter. Here you go. I'm going to tell you how the whole organization from top to bottom. I'm going to tell you what he did, the whole thing on a silver platter. Big Paulie getting whacked at the Sparky's Steakhouse. I'm going to give you the whole thing, how we did it, the whole layout, I'm going to tie it up in a nice bowl. Here you go, bro. And he only did 6 years. 6 years. And he went into witness protection. Of course, he violated that, and they kicked him out of witness protection. And supposedly there's still a contract out on him somewhere. But so they all big. He was the underboss. Gotti was the boss. He was the underboss, and he ratted him out. So anything is possible. So yeah. Marriage is same as some people don't want to adapt to digital radio more like DMR and mock people that do. Yeah, people mock stuff that they don't know. A lot of it's that they don't know or they're afraid to try. You know, that's what it is. They're afraid to try. They don't know. So of course it's easily to mock it or try to make fun of it. Marriage Dixon, that is what well-known mafia guy Henry Hill did. He told everything to the authorities in order to, yeah, of course, they're going to save their own skin. I watch all this crime stuff. That's what they do. A lot of it is they flip the other guy. You know, because you guys think that, oh, I told all my secrets to this guy. He's never going to rat you out. Everybody has a limit. So when they know what you do to save their own ass, they're gonna, yeah. When you facing, you're never coming out. To if I sing like a bird, I may still come out. Yeah, I'm gonna put this guy under the. I gotta throw this guy under the bus. There's no honor among criminals. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna sing. Even family members do that to themselves. I see many crime stuff that they do that. Family member, the son will turn in their own mother, or the mother turn on their own son, or whatever. Nothing is sacred. Not when it comes to criminals, no. Yeah, so he told everything to the attorney to get his sentence, have his sentence reduced. That's why, yeah, Goodfellas is based on that. Yeah, it was based on that. And he wanted to go into a witness protection program. So, Sammy the Bull was the biggest one because he took down, John Gotti. He took them down. And John, remember, they had a bullseye on John Gotti because he had beat a few cases. And one of them, Sammy the Bull, admitted to that too, that he witness tampered. He paid a witness. So in that case, not guilty. He paid off witnesses. So he admitted to that too. He said, yeah, this case that you guys did that he lost, he actually won the case, but a couple of jurors there, we paid him. We fixed it. We find out who the juror was. When we approached them, we said, we're going to give you this money. You're going to take it, because if it goes the other way, you're not going to be around. So not only they paid the witness, they intimidated the witness and said, yeah, you're going to take this money. You're going to rule in his favor, because if you don't, the alternative is not going to be good for you. We know where you live at. We know what you do. So he took the money. He said, okay, I got off. I can't refuse. Yeah, I like, I don't mind talking about this stuff because you know what? It's real. I grew up around it. I grew up around that stuff. It's sad to see people that, when you get to my age 58, you get to see, this was I remember growing up, this guy had a behavior problem when he was little. This one, another behavior problem. And you could see, it's almost scary to predict, but it turned out that way. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist, but you could see early on, when I look back on it now, I can see, oh yeah, this guy was when my neighbor when my best friend's mother used to babysit them, they were all discipline cases. They didn't stay still. They were bad kids. And I was like, okay, well, and then you look at the parent. Okay, well, mother is a whatever. No father in the family. There's no father figure. So, it's kind of predictable at that point that something is going to happen later on. And it was almost perfect that a lot of them wound up, even my best friend growing up, we were best friends, but the minute we hit about late teenagers, he changed. Me, I was focusing I wanted to go to school. I was, I was already thinking about going into the military. I was focused on this path. He went ahead on the other path. He said, no, I want to make money. And I don't want to go. I don't want to get my GED. And I tell him, go get you dropped out. Go get your equivalency. Maybe we'll go, go together to the military. Oh, I don't want to do all that. Well, so I went off. I left the neighborhood. I had to leave. Right down that time, it was the proper time for me to leave the neighborhood for a while. Because, everybody around me was getting hooked on the, crack. That was the crack epidemic back in the early, mid-'80s. It was, everybody around me I went to school was basically getting hooked on that. It was a good thing I left. So I left and I came back, and some people I didn't recognize anymore. They were cracked up. They were, I was like, okay, well, you guys are zombies. They became, slave to the drug, whatever you want to call it. And of course, to feed the habit, they have to do all this stuff. Robbing people, breaking into houses, who knows what it just changes their lifestyle. They're not going to go, when you're doing all that, you're not going to school. You're not thinking about, no. They rob their own mother. Feed that habit. That's what happened. I was like, wow. It's like, including my brothers. I had a few brothers that, my brother Alex, he really went out of control. So that's what happened. When I came back, I was my best friend growing up. We changed. He changed. I didn't change. He changed, but I already had a plan. My plan was to, go to college and, maybe find, settle down and things like that. I was, I started my own family, I had a plan. They didn't have a plan. None of them had a plan. So they were going through life rudderless. Just, I want to make money. I want to make quick money. Oh, I got, and he would tell me all the time. He would be like, he would say, look, I got 10 grand in this pocket right here. I was like, he open up, it would be like a stack of hundreds and all that. And I'm like, well, that's fine and dandy, but $10,000 in your pocket is nothing. Anybody can spend $10,000. If I had $10,000 right now cash, well, we have investments, but I'm saying if I say, oh, here's $10,000, I will fix the kitchen. That money will go all to the kitchen, and that still wouldn't be enough for the kitchen, I don't think. You know what I'm saying? Real world stuff. Their mindset thing now. Oh my God, I can just live off of this. No, you can't. That's nothing. And then he will make his trips to Arizona, to the Mexican border to pick up stuff and bring it over here. He will always invite me, and I never went out once. Thank God. Oh, I'm going to Arizona. We're going to you want to go with us? I was like, nah, it's okay. I got to go to school tomorrow. Can't do it. I don't want to do it because I already knew. I already knew that they were just taking money there, coming back with the product. Taking money there, coming back with the product. I said, who the fuck? Because I would tell him, I said, who the fuck in Arizona? You got no family in Arizona. He didn't tell me, but I already knew. All it takes is me going in there. All it takes is me going with him one time, and I get caught up in there. Now I'm, I said, nah. I said, I ain't down there. No, I'll pay for the room and everything. I said, nah, I don't care. I'm not going. I don't want to go. Bye. So he didn't tell me. I kind of assumed that he was involved. Because one time he would just tell me, oh, I'm going to be in Arizona. I'm like looking at him like, who the hell you know in Arizona? And then, I put two and two together. Oh, he's working for these guys. And they got him bringing the product. I guess, from the border, he brings it back to New York City. So they will hire him. And all of a sudden, I see him spending money. I see him dressing up more nicer. And I was like, okay, yeah, he's definitely working for them. And his mother, his mother, like, she knew. But his mother had a thing, too. Like, I don't know. It's a long story. But basically, his mother, I think for a while, she didn't like me. She thought I was going to be the bad influence on him. But when we got to a certain age, I think that's when she realized I was trying to help the guy. But he already had his... You understand? That's how the way he is. It starts from early. Like I keep saying, it starts early. The guy was destined to do that. That was his destiny. To, because he wanted to be that. He said it. He said, I want to be like Billy. I want to be Billy Badass. Then he started getting tattoos, and he started, the guy can't handle his drinking. The guy, every time, like me and him would sit down and have a couple of beers, he would go crazy. I was like, no, I can't drink with you. You're too crazy for me. You know what happened to me? I learned how to drink by myself because of him. For real. And people say, oh, that's, drinking by yourself. Isn't that a bad sign? No, it's not a bad sign. I do it all the time. I have a few beers by myself. I listen to my radio. I enjoy listening to my radio. I have a few beers. And rather than be with someone like that guy, you can't be anywhere with that guy. He starts trouble with anybody, especially when he has a few. What are you looking at? Hey, want some of this? Yeah, oh, man, get out of here. I don't want to be around somebody like that. That's the way he was. He was like that. He got to that point where he was like, he thought he was like, he was like a character. And of course, the women around him would, oh yeah, I like your tattoos, all this stuff, and they try to prop. I was like, yo, who's this dummy you with? I was like, forget it. And eventually he got caught. He got caught too. He got caught. And then when he came out, he told me, well, you never come to visit me. I said, that's not my, I said, I'm not going to visit. I don't got all day to visit people. You ever visit somebody when they're locked up? It's a whole day process. I did that with my mother. My mother and I visited my brother when he was in Rikers. It's a whole day process. You have to leave early in the morning. And for those of you that never visit anyone in prison, it's a whole day process. Because prison is not right down the block. It's usually somewhere far away. In some boondockville. So you have to drive there or take a bus or whatever. In our case, my mother wasn't a driver. My mother had to take a bus. So Rikers Island was, of course, in Queens. We lived in the Bronx. So you got to take a bus. We got to go to in 149th Street. There's a bus that takes you there into Rikers Island. Now you get on that bus. That bus takes you to Rikers. Now you got to wait. While you're there, you got to wait. So it's a whole day. You got to wait. And then, of course, they check your stuff. They check you. They go through your bag, whatever. I don't know. And then when you finally see him, we've been there for hours waiting. For hours. Then we finally see him. At that point, I'm already like depressed because, I see bars around me. I said, oh my God, he's here. I'm already depressed. I just want to go home. Yeah, it's not like you pop in for a short visit. That's bullshit. A lot of that is, they're far away. And he was in Rikers just because he was not sentenced yet when I visited him in Rikers. He was still going through the trial. And then finally, when he got convicted, he went upstate. He went to all the way up there in near the Canadian border. His prison was all the way up there. I think it was Plattsville, somewhere. I was all the way up there, Plattsburgh, near the Canadian border. But my mother said, I'm not going all the way up there to see him. I'm sorry, she said. So he would just call. I said, she couldn't afford it. There's no way she could afford it. My mom was on welfare. She was on disability at that time. Plus, health-wise, she can't be on a bus for 10 hours. Yeah, because you understand, when it comes to prisons, they don't put them in a populated area. They're usually in a small town for that purpose. God forbid somebody escapes from there. You don't want them running around the middle of the city. You got an area where you can find them. They're in the middle of a boondock. Usually a small town, that type of place. Because that's what I noticed. When you build a prison, plus the cities don't want a prison in their own thing. Over here, of course, they have county jails. But once they get sentenced, if it's under a year, they stay here in the county jail. If it's over a year, like a felony, they go upstate. They go to upstate. So, Sing Sing, Ossining is about 3 hours from here. About 2.5 hours is Ossining. That's Sing Sing. And then you have Fishkill, which is further up. That's another about, from here is about almost 3 hours, 2.5 hours. Then if you go further up, there's Elmira. Then there's another one. Then after that, you're going way up there. You're going into Albany and whatever. You're going way up there. And then you got the ones in, near the Canadian border. There's a whole process for that. Even over here was a whole process. So when I saw him, he was wearing a black jumper or something. He had like a black jumper. And I was like, I felt sad for him. And I saw the look on his face, and my mother was crying. And then I looked at her and I said, I'm never going to do this to you, Mom. I looked at my mom and I said, I'm never going to disappoint you like he's doing right now. I walked out of there. I said, I'm never going to, I'm never going to think about doing any type of drug. And I never did. I did smoke weed, but and then, but I'm talking about in terms of like hard, like cocaine or anything. No, hell no. I said, no, I'm not traveling this fucking path. Hell no. Because I saw the look on her face. And she was crying, and then then the trip back home. Oh my God, she's just crying. And I'm sitting next to her. I'm like, 12 years old at that time. And I'm just telling her it's going to be okay, Mom. Don't worry about it. In Spanish, I'm telling her. And she's just looking at me like, don't do that, please, Danny. Don't follow in his steps. And I said, no, Mom, I'm not going to follow in his steps. I'm going to finish school. I want to go to college. And, it took a little longer to finish college, but I did. I didn't do it in my 20s. I finally, late 20s until my 30s, I finally got, I went to college. But yeah, it's not, and that's an eye-opening experience when you visit somebody in prison. So many fucking bars around you. Every waiting area has bars, and you go into because you go into one level, you have to wait, and then you go to another level. By the time you see him, you already went through hallways and bars and all these like checkpoints. And then when you finally see him, it's like not even an hour. I think it was like I forgot what. We're not allowed to, you're not allowed to, she wasn't allowed to like, hug him. He was sitting at a table. I'm sitting here with my mother. He's on the other side of that table, like a coffee table. And that's it. You're not allowed to touch him and all that. I think he wound up hugging her for a second. And then they were like, no, like it. Okay. because it wasn't like behind the glass type thing. It was not. It was not. It was not like that. That's maximum security. But you know, it felt like that way too. And then I see other people. That's another thing. When I was sitting there, I saw other people sitting down with their family. I see some of them crying. Oh my God! And I'm really getting depressed. I'm like, man, all these people here are family visiting them. And this one is crying over here. This one is crying. It's not like the way you see it in the movies. It's very depressing. When you see a loved one, my brother, you know, visiting him, you know. And that was the only time she went to see him. And then he got sentenced. He plea bargained. I guess he got about, he wound up doing 2 more years upstate for the gun. He had a possession, gun possession. I think they dropped he was facing robbery, armed robbery. But I think he pleaded bargain and he got the gun conviction. And they dropped the robbery charge because that was the most severe one. Because I think he was facing like 20 years. So he plea bargained and they convicted him with the gun. Possession of a, you know, unlicensed gun and whatever, loaded. I forgot what it was. Anyway, so he wound up doing like 2.5 years on top of the time that he was already in there. So I guess he got time. So he did I think total 3 years. And he had probation. He had a parole. Yeah, parole. Excuse me, not probation. Parole. Probation. After that, yes, he still had about another 5 years of probation. So it's no joke. This is no joke, man. You know, no joke. You're living in and I say that all the time. I'd rather be broke than be in prison. I'd rather live in the street. If I had the choice, you say, you're going to live in the street, you're going to be homeless, or you're going to get 3 square meals behind in the prison, and you're going to get all the health care. So no, I'll put my cardboard box out there right now. Because I'm free. Even if I had no money and I got to, you know, scrummage for whatever, I'm still free. Even if you have nothing, even if you sleep on the floor. That's not even a no-brainer for me. I'd rather sleep on the floor. That's what I always said that. Especially when I saw my brother, I said, no, I'd rather sleep on the floor. Would you rather have 10, 20 years of living it up the high life, and then after that you go in for 20 years? I said, no. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna. Because that's what happens. I think a lot of them, they make a deal and they'll make their own pact with the devil, and they say, "Oh, give me 20 years of, you know, unlimited wealth." You know, or they call it hustling. And I get all the money in the world, you know, be with all the women I want to be with and all that. And then after the 20 years, you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life. A lot of them sign that deal. They say, you know, I'm old. I don't care if I live beyond 50. A lot of them, I heard that many times when I was young. Who the hell wants to live after 50 anyway? That's what they say. Some of them said that. I remember that some of them said that. I don't care when I'm 60. Well, you're gonna care because you're gonna be behind bars at 60, and that's what happened. They were in their 20s, fast cars and all that good stuff, and then in their 30s they got, you know, by the time they hit right before they turned 40, they went down. Because I think that's what happened. I think like in a metaphor, they made a deal with the devil. They say, nah, I want to enjoy my 20s. I enjoy my 20s. I didn't enjoy it like the way they did. I enjoy my 20s. Not the way they did, but I enjoyed it. I don't have regrets. But not the way they did. They really, you know. But I didn't want to pay that. I didn't want to pay that much of a price. Or pay that toll, whatever you want to call it. I said, no, I didn't want to party that much. You know, I didn't want to be like, well, Danny, here you go, take a hit. No, it's okay. It's good. No, it's okay. It's okay. They never call me a name. You know, you're this and that. You're wussy, whatever. That's okay. That's okay too, bro. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me to see you when you're up there. Don't call me to come and visit you. You know? Yeah, wow, it really died out here. FT8 is dead. Look. Yeah, let me see. Let me go back to FT4. I'm making contacts here, but nobody's making contacts with me now. Exactly. T Radio 922. I'm telling you, that's what happened. That's what's happening to Diddy. That's what happened to Diddy. He must have made a deal with the devil a long time ago. And I was listening to Tupac last night. Tupac. I was listening to Tupac Shakur, right? And there's a song. I forgot which song. I think it's the one that. And he mentions it. And this is right around the time that, right after that, he got killed. And he's saying, you know, fuck Bad Boy Records, fuck Biggie, fuck, he's dissing all of them. And it was right after that he got killed. So I always said it. I think Diddy has something to do with that. I really believe that he has something to do with Tupac getting killed. Because, he was up and coming. Bad Boy Records, and I think, all that stuff caught up to him. I think people were afraid of him for a long time after that. I think when my theory, here go my theory, I think when Tupac got killed and then Biggie got killed, I don't know. Well, we don't know because what's going to happen is a lot of people don't want him to talk. So not really my personal fear. I don't care either way. But if you got to bet the odds, something's going to happen to him. He's going to be like Epstein type thing. I think he's not going to, somebody's going to silence him because he knows too much. And there's a lot of people out there famous that now they're all suddenly, like Ashton Kutcher the other day said that anything that comes out of his mouth, you can't believe him. So he's already talking too. So, Ashton Kutcher was in those places. LeBron James is on video partying. He's doing his, he's singing and partying. LeBron James. So a lot of famous people were in those parties. A lot of famous people. A lot of famous people. And a lot of them, hey, they must have did some, we're talking about some underage stuff and all that other crazy stuff. Who knows? All that crazy, other freak off stuff, whatever. Who knows? And let me tell you something. That's what's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna make an accident happen. They're gonna let that man just walk out of there and talk. That man's gonna get a deal, but he's not gonna be able to. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and yeah, and the minute he says that, he's gonna trip and fall on a banana peel somewhere in the cell, and he's gonna wind up with something happened to this guy in the cell, like Epstein. When they say Epstein, and Epstein didn't do it. I think it was predictable with Epstein. That somebody didn't want him to talk. In his case, it was probably the Clintons, for sure, and some other people. Probably the Clintons. Who knows? But yeah, did he? Because it was after those two murders, he blew up. Then did he blew up? Because there was nobody left. Suge Knight was already going to prison. That was his biggest rival, was Suge Knight. Suge Knight is already going to. He was already going to prison. So any rival that he had, they were all gone. They were gone. They were gone. If you listen, there's a song about with Biggie, the one that he's saying he's going back to Cali. like, you know. And in the music song, in the rap song, who calls him to wake him up in the morning to get on that plane to go to California? It was Diddy. Diddy called him up. Wake up, Biggie. We got to make this money, Biggie. And Biggie said, well, he said, what flight? To LAX. And he said, California? He said, yeah. So he sent them out to California. It was, you know, big Diddy was the he set up the what do you call it? The event to go to California. That's when he got killed. He got killed in California. So that record, that song is very what is it? Prophetic. I don't know what's the word you could anyway, if you listen to that record now, he got set up. You know, in a way, he got set up. Did he set him up? He sent him to California to get killed. He set him up. And that's going, whoa, Daddy, you crazy. I really believe that he has something to do with it. He has something to do with it. Listen to those lyrics, and I was like, man, this is like too creepy. And that's what happened. Tupac was killed, probably because of him. Most likely, I think it's because of him. He was rival too. Remember, Tupac came from the East Coast. Tupac was in Brooklyn. Diddy wanted him to be with them, but he said, no, I'm going to the West Coast, you know. And then he dissed them. Not only he went to the West Coast, he dissed the East Coast. And he called them out. He called them a whole bunch of stuff to Diddy. And they even had rumors that the guy was, that Diddy was, there was a rumor at the time that Diddy was gay. And at that time, that was taboo. That was taboo. You don't own a big Bad Boy Records and you're gay? That's the death nail back then. I'm being honest, being straight up with you guys. There's rumors about, I knew that for years when I was growing up, and then they were saying, yo, Diddy is gay. You know that, right? He's gay. Yeah. And of course, they put J-Lo, went out with him and all that. That's an act. That was fake. So of course now it's coming out that he's bi. He's bi. But back then he couldn't say that. So Tupac was he was calling him out on all that back then. He was calling him out about all that. So of course he got whacked. He got whacked because of that stuff. Because he was gonna expose all that. Tupac was gonna expose all that. But he never got a chance to finish the job. He mentioned it, but he never got to finish the job about exposing him to all that. So I remember he needed money to get bailed out on legal expenses. It was the West Coast. It was Suge Knight and that bailed him out. It was not the East Coast. It was not his own people. His own people didn't even bail him out when he was facing all the legal trouble. Remember when he got shot in the head, and then he had that rape charge and all that? His own people was like, East Coast, West Coast, Suge Knight, whatever. Here's the bail money. Here you go. I'm telling you. Yeah, of course he had weapons charges. And J-Lo almost took the fall for that one. Remember J-Lo? He got caught with J-Lo in the club with the gun. And they were trying to pin it on J-Lo, but J-Lo was like, no, that's not my. But he finally, I forgot what happened. He got a slap on the wrist for that. But J-Lo was with him when that happened, and they were putting pressure on her, and the gun. People don't remember that, but I remember that well. She used to date. They were dating. They were going out together and all that. And J-Lo's been around. 6 marriages. Come on, that's all you got to say about it. I mean, and they weren't married. She didn't marry him, but they were dating. Before her first marriage, she was dating Diddy. or Puff Daddy at the time. He was known as Puff Daddy. So once Biggie, Tupac, and then Suge Knight had his legal problems, that paved the way for him to take over the rap empire. Bad Boy Records. All right. So you're not surprised that all this stuff is coming out now. All that stuff is, yeah, he was acquitted. Okay, so he was acquitted. Yeah, Shine took the, oh yeah, that's another thing. There you go. It was Shine that took the fall. He took the fall. But the rumor is that he paid off Shine. He said, you know what, Shine, you're gonna admit that you own the gun. He paid him off. He got paid off. I heard too. It was Shine that got convicted, exactly. But he got paid off to take the rap. So he took the rap for it. Shine took the rap for it. But there was witnesses clearly saw P. Diddy with the gun in his hand, and one woman got shot in the face. The woman pointed it out that he had the gun. There was a woman that got shot in the face. Yeah. The victim got shot in the cheek. I think in the cheek. And she pointed Diddy out as the trigger man. She pointed him out. She said, no, he said it was him that pulled the trigger. And the bullet came right at me. Because they were arguing. There was a fight. They were arguing. And Diddy, well, you know, whatever. Puff Daddy, whatever his name was at the time. It was his gun. When he shot, the bullet hit me in the face. It hit her in the cheek. I think she was shot in the cheek. I forgot what part of the face. And she testified that it was not Shine. It was him. But he took the fall. Shine took the fall because you know what happened? They paid him off. They said, listen, I can't go down with this charge. So you're going to take the rap for this one. And I'm going to give you a nice amount. When you get out, you're going to have a nice little pot of gold. But you're going to take the rap for this one. And that's what happened. Thank you for clarifying that little part. But Shine, yeah, he did take the fall for that. He took the fall for that. Because he got Shine didn't get busted with the gun. It was J-Lo and Diddy got busted with the gun. But Shine said that it was his gun, and he's the one that did the he made it everything. And then of course Diddy did his little press thing. I was not involved with it. Bullshit. He wasn't involved with it. He just paid off this guy to take the fall. That was it. There you go. I'm telling you, that man right now, he's in protective custody because I think a lot of people want to see that man gone. And hello, Glenda. So I hope you're doing well. My niece has a son that was drug addicted and robbed his own. Yeah, I'm telling you, my brother Alex, he wound up try to rob my mom one day and my sister. At that time, I wasn't home. I was somewhere. When I got home, I saw them crying. And I was like, Mom, what happened? No, Alex barged in here and he tried to take, you know, I was so mad at him that day. I was looking for him that night. And he lucky I didn't find him that night. Because I don't know what I would have done to him that night. And supposedly he almost raised a hand on my mother. Because my mother was trying to stop him from going into the... But my mother had money like in a metal box or something. I guess he knew where the money was at. And they were telling him not to do that. And I guess he lost it. Then he took the box and ran out the house with the box. And that's sad when you almost, you know, lay a hand on your own mother. That's when I went crazy. I got home and I see them crying. And they said, oh, he went in here and took the money. So that night for hours, I spent looking for him. I was looking for him in the streets. I was walking around. I didn't tell you what I had with. I'm not going to tell you what I had on me, but let's put it this way. My plan was to really hurt the guy. I was going to teach him a lesson. But I didn't catch him that night. I'm going to put it like that. Because I told somebody, hey, And I said, okay, here, take this. I said, okay, I'm gonna walk around. I walked around for hours. I was looking for him. I would have put one. I was gonna put one in each knee. So I speculate what it was. I was like, you're not gonna come into the house because you're not gonna be able to walk anymore. That's what I was gonna do with him. I seriously, he almost hit my mother. At that point, you know what? You crossed that line. You're not my brother no more. So for that night, I was looking for him. I was looking for him. I could tell you the brand of the gun and everything. I had a 380. I had a 380 in my pocket. A guy across the street, a friend of mine, you know, not a friend, but you know, so I told him, listen, you got something? He said, yeah, I got a 380. Okay, you know what? Let me get the 380. I had a 380 in my pocket. Fully loaded 380. I walked around the neighborhood looking for him. How I would have found him that night, I was going to put a few rounds in him. For robbing my mother and try to lay a hand on her. She said she didn't hit him, but then my sister said that he did lay a hand on her. And he was going to, you know, because they were trying to stop him from stealing. That's what the drugs did to him. It drove him crazy. I was going to finish the job. I said, well, you're not going to worry about him no more when I get through with him. He's going to kick the habit because he's going to be in a casket. I'm being real. That night, I was looking for him. The whole night. I spent the whole night looking for him. I went every spot where I think he was going to be at. They were like, no, he's not here. Okay. And that's it. He's lucky. And then by the end of the night, I said, you know what? Next day, I gave it back to the. I said, here. He said, you didn't use it. I said, no, I didn't get to use it. Thank God. That's the last time I had that's the last time I had a gun in my pocket. And by the way, you know, like I said, I didn't have a license, but I was gonna finish him. My plan was to put one in each leg. That was my plan. I was gonna put one in each knee. I was gonna say, well, you're not gonna be able to walk after I get boom, boom. I was gonna take out his knees. And that's it. I was gonna leave him there crawling. That was my plan. But of course, it did not materialize. God was watching over me. I don't know what God was watching over him, but he was watching over me because I definitely would have been would have got caught for that one. But it didn't happen. And that was it. And then I saw him a few days later. And then I put my hands around his neck. And then they broke it up. And I told my mother, I said, I don't want him near this house, you know, because I almost put him through a window. That week later, I almost put him through a window. I remember grabbing him by the neck, and he said, you know, because I told him, I don't want you in here. You don't want to, who the fuck are you? And I went, I did the Darth Vader on him. He came to the house a week later. And he's like, and I told him, I said, you need to get the fuck out of here right now. And who the fuck are you thinking? He started talking to me like, I went wrong. I picked him up. I was so angry. I picked him up, and I put him next to the window. I had him half his body out the window, and the first floor window though was the first floor. He would have fell down the alleyway though, and I had him halfway out the window, and he was like, and my mother and my sister like, no, leave him alone, no, you're gonna kill him, throw him out. And I'm just choking him like this. I'm choking him. I'm not kidding. I'm choking him. And he's like a fish out of water. Because I was so full of rage. I grabbed him, I went, boom. I had a nice grip on him, but I was like Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, when he did that to that, picked him up? I was doing that. Then finally, they both, you know, they were like, oh, you know, leave him alone. And then he's choking. He's on the floor. And I just took a walk outside and said, to that day, he never bothered me again. Since that day, he never talked to me back again. Every time you see me, and he would look at me with fear. And I was like, that's right. I said, I'm like a freaking rabid dog around you now. I said, you disrespected, that's it. I'm done with you. And my mother would tell me that, like, you know, you don't understand. I said, I don't care what he is. He's not my brother no more. That's it. I disowned him at that point. And then a couple of years after that, he disappeared. You know, he would come by the house. My mother would give him some food or whatever. But he was living in the street. It was sad to see. The man was living in the street. But at that point, I didn't care no more. I had to cut him off. I had to cut him off because either I was going to do something to him, and I got to the point where I had to say, it's not worth it. It was not worth it anymore, too. But I told my mother, I don't want him in the house. And that's it, because I'm not going to put up with that no more. I'm done. So he never came back in the house. And then about 2 years later, he disappeared. I saw him then the last time I saw him, he was in Jerome Avenue, stalking out a car to rob. I guess he was trying to steal a car. And then that's the last time I saw him. He was looking at a car trying to break in, and I told him, "What are you doing?" I was coming home from school. It was at night. I was coming home from school. I had my bag. I was coming home, and I see him from a distance, scoping out a car. And I know he doesn't own a car. He doesn't even have a driver's license. So I'm like, "What are you doing scoping out this car?" "Oh, I don't know. I said, "No, you think about breaking into this car, right?" So then he asked me for money, and I gave him. I didn't have nothing. I only had like a few bucks. I must have given him I think like $10 or something. I said, "Here, just take this, and you know what? I know what you're gonna do with it, but you know what? Here, just take this." And because I didn't want him to be near that car. And that's the last time I saw him. And then he disappeared. I don't know if he got caught trying to rob a car and somebody whacked him. I don't know if he owed money to somebody and they whacked him. My mother, all those years, thought that he just went crazy and he couldn't remember. I already know what happened. He got caught. He got caught trying to rob somebody, and for me, that's what happened to him. He got caught trying to rob somebody, and he got killed, and they threw him in a landfill somewhere. He became a John Doe. That's it. His body was never found. But my mother didn't believe that. I said, no, something happened to him. For him not to call, because he used to always call, even when he was in prison. He used to always call my mother. "Oh, can you send me some money? Oh, I need commissary. Can you?" He's always. Like, he had no shame. He always. So for him to just totally disappear off the face of the earth, he got killed. Somebody finished him off. Because he would do that. He did that to a lot of people in the block. You want me to go to the store for you? And the guy would give him $20 and go buy me a beer and come back, and he would disappear. And what's your brother? He got my money. I said, "Well, why you thought he was gonna do that for you?" I said, "You gave him money, he's gone." He did that to so many people. They would give him money, and then they would tell me the next day, "What's your brother?" I said, "I don't know. He doesn't live here." "Oh, I gave him $50. I gave him $40 to buy us some beer." And he disappeared. I said, "Well, there you go. I guess he took it all for himself." Dummy. I guess he scammed you. And he did that to a lot of people. And it caught up to him. Different Gear TV. Do you ever go on 11-meter free band? Not really. My CB radio is upstairs, but it's not. Oh, it doesn't do 11-meter anyway. Oh, it does. Anyway, not really. I would just listen. Since I got my license, I do 10 meters. That's fine. Since I got my license, I don't have no. That's something. I know it sounds kind of. I don't want to say pretentious or whatever. I don't mean to sound like I'm a snob. But honestly, since I got my license, I have no desire to be to do CB band, because it just takes up too much of my time. I enjoy the 10-meter band. Even when I talk, I enjoy the 10-meter band. I can do the legal limit. I can do 100. The CB band, I will have to do some chicanery to get hurt. And I don't got time for that. I don't want to be stuck in a pile up, talking to the pile up just to get, just to say, yeah, I just spoke to somebody from another country, and I can't log it or nothing like that. At least with my license, I make contacts with other, all around the world on this, but I can log it. I can say, yeah, this really happened. Look, and it's legal. It's 100 watt. It's illegal. I mean, it is legal. 100 watts. It's legal for me. Try doing 100 watts on a CB radio. See how much. See how much. You know what I'm saying? Because of course, there's people that do a lot more than 100. But I figure, I just get my license and do it. Do it the way I want. I want to do it this way. It just never appealed to me. It never appealed to me to. I know a lot of people get their start from that. I spoke to a couple of people on it, but it's not the same. It's not the same as an amateur radio band. There is a reason why there is some. And don't get me wrong, amateur radio band, there is knuckleheads in it. But it never appealed to me to just go there and, because I've done that. I tried that. And people step over you, and there's no etiquette. There's no etiquette in there. And again, I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm not trying to sound like that. But I remember that. I remember when I tried it, and I, especially when my friend used to, he tried to get me involved in that. I noticed that there was a lot of, people, just dissing you and all that. Like, I remember some of the nicknames they would call you if you were stuck in the. So I'm like, this is like we're talking about grown-up men, like children. That's the way they were acting on the air, like children. Like who got the biggest, it was a pissing contest. That's my gathering of what I saw. It was like a pissing contest. And I didn't like that. I said, you know what? And so there's a reason why there is a licensing requirement, because you know what? It should be. So I'm in that. I know people say, well, that the airwaves are free. No, they're not free. They shouldn't be free for everybody to use. Maybe a small portion of it, yeah. But I'm at the I'm on the other side that what, it should be kind of regulated, because otherwise you have knuckleheads transmitting on frequencies they're not supposed to be on. Like public safety, for example. So there's bands allocated for whatever. So I don't mind the structure. I don't mind that I can log a contact and I have proof that I did it, because he verifies it. He's not just word of mouth. Like if I go on the free band, whatever, oh yeah, I spoke to so-and-so, and yeah, I can make a video on it. But I know it's not going to be with equipment that's, if not, maybe not on my end. Maybe the person I'm talking to, maybe the person I'm talking to on the other end, he's running a kilowatt or whatever. That doesn't make it right. He's still breaking the freaking law. And I don't want to be a part of that. I just don't. I feel like I don't want to be a part of that. I think that's what happened to me on the long run. Because I learned early on that my friend, especially my friend, was like, oh no, they use linear amps. And he's like, I say, well, and he told me right away, he said, that's not legal. I said, then why I want to do this then? Yeah, I'm not saying that there's no etiquette. I'm saying that I noticed that my experience, and I said that my experience, I witnessed it. I was like, this is like pissing contests. Yeah. And it's a shame, because a lot of them have a lot. Listen, a lot of people that even that kid that I tell you about, he's getting me involved with this. I don't know if he ever got his amateur radio license, but he would have passed it at his age. At that time, he was only 13 or 14 years old. And I was a little older. I was like 18. And this kid could have easily aced. At that time, it was the novice. He could have aced it easily, this kid. And there's a lot of people like that are doing that they're not licensed, that they can just get their license. They'll ace the test like no problem. But, some of them have this thing like, oh, the airway should be free for everybody. I don't agree on that. I don't think I went on chat rooms where somebody posted that. And I just left the chat. I said, this guy is talking crazy. And then he tried to interfere with the guy. Like every time he would talk, he would just, like juvenile stuff. So I say, this guy's head is up his. I'm saying, I don't subscribe to that. And the guy was like, he said it. He wrote in the chat. It was in another chat, another live stream, and the guy kept posting that. Oh, he was like dissing the amateur radio community. I said, no, you can't do that either. I said, just because you don't want to do it, just because you don't want to get your license, and you don't want to, doesn't mean that you can't do that. You can't talk like that. Sorry. And that's what he did. He was like, oh, he admitted it's interfering with him talking. And I'm like, why would I even want to chat with someone like that? And he has a channel, this guy. This guy has a channel. And he was telling me, oh, you should check out my channel. I just ignored him. I said, I'm not going to your channel. After hearing this, I'm not going to your channel. Get out of here. I said, you sound like my brother, like an ignorant dumbass. So and that's what he said. He said, no, I don't have no respect. He said, everybody should be all free. I said, no, wrong. Sorry. Different gear TV, interesting because I have no ham license. I do SW. I do all that. I do 11. Well, I listen. I don't have to. That's why I chose to get my license. I want to do it this way. I don't want to be stuck in that world. That's my choice. I feel like the etiquette is pretty high. Well, then that's good for you. My experience is the otherwise. My experience is the latter. I been in listening and I heard some stupid shit. I heard people talk stupidly. And I said, I don't want to deal with that. It sounds like a glorified pissing contest. It's there. People like it, and to each his own. But I like the structure of amateur radio operator. I like the fact that there are some rules and regulations you have to adhere to. There is a legal limit that I can do on this band. On the other band, there's a legal limit, and that's it. It's not like I gotta impose a kilowatt on VHF. No, there's a legal limit of 50 watts. That's it. 50 watts, that's it. Because there's radar and there's a lot of other stuff, military use. You cannot go over 50 watts on VHF, UHF. That is a rule, unless you have an exemption for that rule. So, when somebody says, oh, the airbands are free, and I'm going to pump a kilowatt, you're breaking the law. That's it. And I cannot subscribe to that. Same thing with even 10 meters. There's a legal limit of power. I cannot do, I got to do, 1.5 kilowatt. No. No, you can't. But some people do it. You see what I'm saying? So I can't subscribe to that whole thing. I'm sorry. I have to go by by what is legal. So that's what turned me off about that whole thing. Because my friend was saying, he was already like, oh, but you need to get this. But I said, yeah, but what's the I didn't know anything about that. He said, yeah, but the legal limit is this, and if I get that, then I said, well, then if that's what you want to do, just to get hurt, knock yourself out. And a lot of people do that. They just, yeah, I know the legal limit is 15 on single sideband, 5.1 on FM. But you think a lot of people are doing that? A lot of people are not doing that. Come on. Let's be honest, bro. A lot of people are not doing that. And I don't subscribe to that stuff. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that. If I'm running barefoot, I'm barely going to get hurt. I don't got time. I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that there, let alone here, which I can at least run 100, and I'll get hurt here. So, that's why I don't understand the whole I don't want to be licensed. Then, if with that much knowledge, you could be an extra or a general. But some people got this thing about, there's a regulation. Here you go, regulation. Ugh. That's what it is. A lot of people want to be the maverick guy, I don't want to listen to your stinking rules. A lot of it is that. Come on, you got to admit that. There are a lot of mindset. Trust me, I've spoken to enough people, and that's their mindset. A lot of them is like, well, I don't need a license because I can do what I want. Come on, man. I'm tired of that argument. A lot of people throw that argument out there. Not saying you. I'm saying that's the argument that I heard. First of all, the amateur radio license is for 10 years. It's $35. Come on, bro. It's $35. You get a nice call sign of your own. It's very cheap. Now, it's $35. You get a call sign. That's your call sign. I don't have to make up a handle. That's another thing. I didn't want to make up a handle. I wasn't going to be like, Danny 914, Danny 914, and you hear me? No, I didn't want to make that. I wanted a handle. I wanted a call sign. That's what appealed to me. You see? So the friend of mine, he was like, I got to get this. No, I don't have to get all that. I just get because I always wanted to be an amateur radio operator. Since I can remember, I always wanted to be an amateur radio operator. I didn't think about get on the CD band or get on whatever. I didn't want to think. I thought about I want to have a call sign that's recognized around the world. That's my call sign. So now that's why I don't understand the whole. If people are so knowledgeable about this stuff, why don't I just get your call sign? What's wrong with getting your call sign? Then you can work on a bunch of other bands too. And you have a call sign. You have an international recognized call sign where you can be looked up everywhere. Oh, this is this guy. Kilo Delta 2 Zulu Zulu Echo from Yonkers, New York. That's him. Not, I want to be Danny 914 and nobody will know who the fuck you are. I'm sorry. That's the way I feel about this whole thing. Like once you done that, once you get your calls and because you remember you talking to everybody. Some people are whatever. Some people are very knowledgeable. Some people just go on there to be a dick. Like this guy that was talking that chat. He was a dick. This guy was a straight up dick. He admitted it. He said, when he talks, I used to interfere. I used to, yeah. I said, well, there you go. Then you have no place in being an amateur radio. And he's not. He's not an amateur radio operator. But he said he would, he said he was doing it legally. He was doing it legally. So why I'm going to listen to someone like that? He's just being a dick at that point. I'm sorry. You lost me with that. I try to interfere with his transmission. And I said, well, now you're a juvenile. You're like a 10-year-old that didn't have it your way. And that was his line. The air is free for everybody to use. Wrong. It's not free. Nothing is free in life. Seriously. Different gear for TV. 15 watts is enough in my opinion. Maybe that is me. No, it is. Zygu G90. I have 20 watts. They've done pretty good. I make contacts all around the world with 20 watts. 20 watts all around the world. I make contact as low as 5 watts. FT8 contact from here to Japan on 7 watts. I got heard pretty well because the antenna and all that. You get hurt. It's just, I'd rather be where there's some regulation. And by the way, I always wanted my call sign. That's the biggest thing. I want my call sign. I don't want to have a handle that I make up a handle that I just make up. I'm sorry, I'm beyond that. I got enough knowledge that I should be certified, and then I said because that's a challenge. All these badges that I'm getting now, all 50 states, all that's a challenge, and those are going to be certified challenge. It's not just I worked everywhere and no, this is certified. I could prove it. I could say, look, bam, and that appealed to me. That appeals to me to be certified. Because I like to do things by the book. You know, I'm a former military guy. I like to do things by the book. You know, I don't want to be, I made contact with this guy, and this guy is, I may be running 15 watts or whatever. I may be legal. The other guy's running a kilowatt and whatever. I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want nothing to do with that. That's why I chose. It doesn't appeal to me. It didn't appeal to me for a long time, and it doesn't appeal to me now, especially now, because I don't have to, because I'm enjoying this more. I'm enjoying my license a lot more now, because there's less of that nonsense going on here. Does it happen here? Yeah, it does happen here. You're always gonna have idiots. You're always gonna have idiots. Well, that's the challenge. I would love to get the license. The barrier is living in Spain as English. So I need to work out the process. Yeah, but I mean, I spoke to people all over the world, and their English is universal language. I spoke to people in Japan that speak better English, and I spoke to people that live everywhere in the world, and they speak better English than some of these people outside. Okay, so I'm sorry, I cannot buy that one about, it is the universal language of amateur radio. It is English. And I'm telling you, I speak to people all around the world, DMR, HF. Yeah, some people's English is not it's heavy, but you can still make out the contact. All they have to tell me is their location, their name, 595959. That's it. I got everything I need. That's it. I spoke to someone from Thailand on DMR 3 nights ago. He didn't know not one word of English, but he just say, "You sound 595959, and you good 5959." I said, "That's all I need. That's all I need." I looked up his call sign. I didn't even need to know his name. I looked it up. It's right there. His name. I couldn't even pronounce his name. You guys, I can't even pronounce the guy's name. But I know he was from Thailand. And he just told me, "Danny, kilo sulu echo," or says echo, whatever he said. "You 5959." That's it. That's my contact. That's it. That's all I need to hear. When he told me I'm 5959. Oh, he said 59. Thank you. Thank you for the report. That's it. And everything else I couldn't understand them. But that's not the case for everybody. A lot of people, their English is actually better than some people out here. Their English is a lot better. So that's like the exception, not the norm of the language. I'm sure that you could take it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, because I don't live in Spain. I don't live in Spain, but I can tell you, I know the universal language that we communicate, even in everybody in different countries, is they all speak English. They speak English. Some people speak in their native tongue. If for example, I heard it. Like on DMR, for example, like me, I know Spanish and English. So if I sense that his Spanish is, if I sense that his English is not that good, it's kind of heavy, I'll break the ice. I'll say, I'll say something in Spanish, and then he gets relaxed, and then we'll finish the QSO in Spanish. So, but the test itself, I believe, is only English. I think. I don't know how it is in other countries. I can't tell you that. I don't know. That's interesting. They have a different of the, you know, I believe they should have their own language version of each country, those tests. Well, my main thing is if you are very proficient on 11 meters and you make all these contact, why not get your license? It's just another, it's like another mode. Well, it's more than another mode, but okay, you're a free 11 meter free band or whatever. Well, why not just get your license anyway? You know what? You have a call sign, and you can also work other bands and apply that knowledge to other bands, and try it. You might enjoy it. You might enjoy it like the way I'm enjoying it now. You see? But I had some people say, "Oh, I don't want to do that because who the hell is the FCC? Who the hell they think they're a governing body of this country? So you don't have a choice on that one." So that just sounds, when people say that, they sound ignorant. They sound ignorant. Who the hell they think they are? Well, they are a governing body. You know? My thing is, like, if you know so much about this, I didn't listen, when I got into the amateur radio, I did not know not much about anything else. But I learned a lot. I'm learning a lot now. You know, and there's people out there that are doing CB that know so much, a lot more. They know more than I think some people that will, you know, generals. I'm pretty sure they know a lot. But they some of them, I heard them say, you know, who the hell they think they are? Hey, FCC. Hey, the airways are free. No, they're not free. Get off that. You know, stop smoking that pipe. Drop the pipe down. Stop smoking that pipe. Now the airbags are free. They're not free. It costs money. Government pays a lot of money. It comes out of your taxes. They're not free. You know, people write proposals. All this stuff. They're not free. People are employed to do all this paperwork stuff. They're not free. Somebody got to pay a salary to you know, things like that. You know, I hate when people say the airway's free. No, stop that. Not saying you saying it, but I heard that. That's the argument I heard. My thing is $35 for 10 years. License. That's freaking. If you break that down every year, that's what. Divide $35 into 10 years. That's nothing. That's like, you know, $3.50. $3.50 a year. That's what it is. I just broke it down for you. $3.50 a year, right? It's $35 for 10 years, right? You do the math. I think it's, you know, my math is still there. And you get a call sign. And you get some privileges on this band. And then later on, if you go to the next level, you get more privileges. So that's why that whole thing about, you know, free banding, that's, yeah, a lot of people get their roots there, but, you know, I find that, to be honest, I find it boring. From the times that I listen to it, I find it boring. You know, when I got here, I found more. When I got my license, I found more modes than right now I'm doing FT8. There's FT4. There's CW. There's RTTY. There's slow scan TV. There's, you know, of course, single sideband. There's FM mode. There's AM mode. You see what I'm getting at? There's so many things you can do. There's DMR. You see what I'm saying? Not just stuck on one band trying to talk to people. And, you know, it's just, I would be bored after a while. That's why it never appealed to me. You know, you should get your license. I hope you do get your license. You have a call sign, then we could talk. We could talk. I could talk to you on DMR. I could talk to you on 10 meters. And if I get my general, I could talk to you on 20 meters and on, you know, 15 and 40, whatever. And we can do more than one mode. You see, that appeals to me. All right, I'm going to go because it's 6:20 and I want to get ready to, I'm going to see what my son wants to see. I've been out for 4 hours and 34 minutes. I'm out of here. Thank you for watching, everybody. I will not do tonight's game. I'm not going to live stream tonight's game. You guys can listen to that, whatever, streaming, I guess, or app. WFAN app. If you want to listen to it on the radio, it's WFAN app or WFAN 660. And take care, everybody. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.